Good morning. If I can get everyone's attention, the Committee on Appropriations is called to order. Noting the absence of a quorum, sergeants, if you could be so kind enough to please call the absent members. I want to welcome everybody today to the Appropriations Committee. Today, Wednesday, we have a total of 136 measures before us today. 41 measures are consent, 55 measures are candidates for suspense, and 39 measures are recommended do pass as amended. First and foremost, what I'd like to do is I'd like to welcome our new Vice Chair to the Appropriations Committee, representing the Inyo, Tulare, Kern County area, San Bernardino, Ms. Connie Conway. So welcome, Ms. Connie Conway. It's a pleasure to have you.
I don't know.
Go ahead.
Ads on? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Third time's a charm. I appreciate this opportunity. I look forward to working with everybody on the committee, getting up to speed, and looking forward to working with you. I also have to say I appreciate all the work that staff does. It makes our jobs possible. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Conway. And I also want to acknowledge Senator Jim Nielsen's expertise and graciousness as the former vice chair of the Appropriations Committee. A true gentleman. He will be missed as the vice chair of this committee, and I wish him well as the vice chair of the Budget Committee. I also want to give I'm going to ask the sergeants also, too, if we can have everyone lower the decibel levels at this moment. I'm hearing too much noise at this moment. And I also want to give a warm welcome to Mr. Jerry Heel, who will be filling in today in the Appropriations Committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Hill, for joining us today. Again, I just want to reiterate, we have 139 bills before us today. 41 of those are consent, 55 are candidates for suspense, 39 are do pass recommendation. Madam Secretary, let's please call the roll for a quorum.
De Leon.
Present.
Conway.
Here.
Amiano. Here. Calderon. Cotto. Davis. Duvall. Here. Fuentes. Hall. Harkey. Here. Miller. Here. John Perez. Here. Skinner. Solario. Present. Strickland. Torlixon. Here. Hill. Here. Okay, quorum.
All right, we've established a quorum. We have before us today, we will take the chair of the Senate Appropriations Committee, Ms. Christine Kehoe.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning, Ms. Kehoe. You have seven measures before us today.
Yes.
And 5 are due pass recommendation, 2 are candidates for suspense. Would you like to start with SB 149?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me say right off the bat, I wish you well today.
Thank you.
Hope it's a successful day and not too long. This is SB 149. Mr. Chairman, could we do that at the end?
Absolutely.
It'll just be a moment. We'll go on to SB 412, if that's acceptable. This is on electricity distributed generation.
Please proceed.
This bill modifies, members, the self-generation incentive program by allowing funds currently required to be collected through the 2012 by the PUC to be dispersed through 2016, giving the PUC 4 additional years to allocate these funds in the SGIP account. It also modifies the program to require the PUC, in consultation with the Air Board, to determine which distributed energy resources achieve reductions in greenhouse gases as a prerequisite to qualifying for SGIP incentives. Qualifying technologies are now left at the discretion of the PUC but are expected to include combined heat and power and energy storage technologies. Per the analysis, PUC's cost to administer SGIP for 4 more years remains at about $125,000 a year. And I have one witness with me, Mr. Chairman.
Please, witnesses in support.
Thank you very much. My name is Eric Wong. I'm here on behalf of Cummins, a large engine manufacturer, and on behalf of the California Clean DG Coalition, which is comprised of developers of these technologies as well as manufacturers. We are in full support of the bill. I just want to point out that the state, in terms of fiscal impact, has received $24 million to date, and when all remaining projects are completed and become active, they will receive another $9 million for a total of $33 million. This is data from the Public Utilities Commission that I'm now sharing with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other witnesses in support? Seeing none, go right ahead, please.
Mr. Chair, Committee, my name is Rick Reese. I'm from Capstone Microturbine from the San Fernando Valley, and we fully support this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other witnesses in support? Seeing none, any witnesses in opposition? Seeing none, Finance, do you have a file?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Rob Schladel for the Department of Finance. We find no additional costs as a result of this bill.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion. Let the record show that we have a motion, Ms. Kehoe, by Mr. Solorio. We have a second by Mr. John Pettis. Would you like to close?
I ask for your aye vote.
Thank you very much. Ms. Kehoe, this measure passes on a roll call with Mr. Mike Duvall off.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Yes. You want to be off too? Okay. Then we have a second person off too. That would be Ms. Harkey, Diane Harkey. Okay. Let's go on to the next measure.
505, SB 505 members. This is on fire planning for safety. I understand this is a candidate for suspense, but this is a very important issue, members. Every year we are spending hundreds of millions more on firefighting than our CAL FIRE budget allows for. In fact, we've spent $60 million alone in the last few weeks for the fires that are already underway. The state now spends about $1 billion a year for fire suppression, and scientists tell us around the Western universities that wildfires will only increase due to drought, climate change, and continued development in state responsibility areas, in common parlance, the backcountry. Given the increasing risks and costs, it is in the state's best interest and a matter of critical public safety to require that local governments engage in fire protection planning as early as possible in the planning process. Key provisions of SB 505 include requiring the Governor's Office of Planning and Research, should it still be there, to update its fire hazard planning document on or before January 2011. Locals use this document to plan for their development. It's not been updated since 2003. It also requires local governments to review and revise the safety elements of their general plans by 2015 and periodically thereafter. The analysis indicates a cost of little over $1 million. The money will be well spent. We've spent $60 million in just the last few weeks in this fiscal year. Money will be well spent if we can save lives and structures and reduce the cost of fire suppression in our state. And I'm happy to say, members, the bill is supported by the California Fire Chiefs Association, California Professional Firefighters, Fire Districts Association of California, California State Firefighters Association, American Planning Association, League of Cities, Sierra Club, and many others. I would respectfully ask for your aye vote. I have witnesses.
Thank you, Ms. Kehoe. I'm going to ask witnesses, because this is a candidate for suspense, to be extremely brief in your remarks.
Ralph, you go first.
Mr. Chairman, members, Ralph Hine for the California Fire Chiefs Association, the Fire Districts Association. I will be brief, Mr. Chairman and members. This is our top priority bill for this year. As Senator said, the costs of the fires that are currently under incredible firefighting efforts today are an indication of the rural areas, and the bill is a front-end process to get the kind of information we need for the future to ensure that development, if it occurs in state responsibility areas and high fire severity zones, is done with complete analysis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next witness.
Sandy George, representing the American Planning Association. The bill really sets out now planning best practices that we think should be in every general plan in the safety element, so we definitely support the bill.
Thank you very much. Next witness.
My name is Afrak Vargas. I'm with the California State Firefighters Association. We feel this measure is long overdue. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Vern Gehring, representing the California Native Plant Society, in strong support of this good preventive medicine measure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bauma.
Mr. Chair, Christy Bauma, representing the California Professional Firefighters, also pleased to be sponsors and very supportive of this measure.
Thank you. Any other witnesses in support?
Any FAM Sierra Club California strong support.
Okay. Any other witnesses in support? Seeing none. Any witnesses in opposition? Also seeing none. Finance, do you have a file?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have mandatory costs for OPR of $26,000 and for CAL FIRE of $153,000. We interpret the bill as not requiring CAL FIRE to review the plans developed by local agencies, which I think would cost about the $1.1 million that the author referred to.
Okay, thank you much, Finance. Ms. Kehoe, would you like to move on to SB 555?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill has to do with conservation easements and condemnation proceedings of those easements. Nonprofits who hold conservation easements have been reporting that they are often ignored in the condemnation proceedings. Thank you. By the time the
Ms. Kehoe, let me just add for the record that a motion is made by Mr. Tom Torlakson, has been seconded by Mr. Tom Amiano.
Thank you so much. The Tom Caucus, huh? By the time the nonprofits are aware that the condemnation proceedings are going forward from a local agency, it's often too late for them to be a constructive participant. Public agencies also find the acquisition of these easements usually have no role or rights in the process. This is going to alert all players. It does not change the condemnation proceedings. It just allows those who hold the easements, nonprofits or public agencies, to know what's going forward. This provides that conservation easement holders and public funders be included in the existing condemnation process by creating a reasonable notice requirement. It also provides the condemning agency with the opportunity to respond to those concerns. It will ensure that the public benefits and the financial investment of the taxpayers in protecting these easements are not lost, while still allow, with proper procedure, condemnation proceedings to go forward. The costs are minimal, as your analysis points out. We've been working with a number of stakeholders over the last several months with the August 17th amendments, American Council of Engineering Companies, Chamber of Commerce, California Forestry Association, and Business Property Association, and the Transportation Corridor Association are removing their opposition, and some of those witnesses are here this morning. The bill is sponsored by the California Land Trust, supported by state parks, Outdoor Heritage Alliance, the environmental community, Metropolitan, the California Water Association, San Diego County Water Authority. So East Bay Mud, we have really tried to address these issues of preserving easements where necessary. I ask for your aye vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will ask the witnesses to be as brief as possible. Please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Darla Ginsler. I'm the Executive Director of the California Council of Land Trusts. We're the sponsors of the bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I would like to thank Transportation Corridor Association, Resource Landowners Coalition, Metropolitan Water Agency, San Diego County Water, all of who have worked exhaustively on this bill to make it and integrate it fully within the existing procedures, and we're very happy to have their support or withdrawal of opposition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next witness. Would you touch the button right there? There you go. One more time.
I'm Executive Director of the Resource Landowners Coalition. Our organization has members who have large conservation easements on their land. We also have members who are public agencies who have the power of eminent domain and need to condemn or take land. So we understand the importance of getting this right for both sides. We're happy to be in strong support now of the finished product, and we would recommend that I vote for it.
Thank you very much. Next witness.
Kathy Cole with the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. We believe this bill fairly balances the priorities of protecting conservation easements and allowing necessary public works projects to move forward, and we strongly urge your aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next witness.
Good morning, Chairman De Leon, members. Rico Mastrodonato with the Trust for Public Land in full support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Randy Knaus, East Bay Municipal Utility District. For the reasons that you've heard, we support this measure.
Thank you very much.
I am Mark Henley with California Outdoor Heritage Alliance. We believe this bill would help reduce cost to all parties involved and also help ensure that the easement values, the resource values of the easement are duly considered. So please support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Pete Price, California League of Conservation Voters, in support.
Thank you.
Vern Gehring, California Native Plant Society, in support.
Thank you.
Tracy Verado Torres with the California State Parks Foundation, in support.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Chris Walker on behalf of the Transportation Corridor Agencies want to memorialize to the committee that we've removed our opposition per the amendments taken on August 17th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Valerie Nair for the California Chamber of Commerce. We are removing our opposition to and appreciate the author's willingness to work with us. Thank you.
Mark Smith for the American Council of Engineering Companies of California. Despite what the Cal Chamber just said, I'm just kidding, just making sure we're all awake this morning. We also remove our opposition. Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members. Anthony Thomas, representing the California Forestry Association. We join our partners at the Chamber in removing our opposition to the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other witnesses support? Seeing none, any witnesses in opposition? Seeing none, we have a question from Ms. Diane Harkey. Ms. Harkey.
Good morning.
Good morning, Senator. As I understand, my review early this morning indicated we still had the City of Lake Forest, the Orange County Board of Supervisors, and the Orange County Taxpayers Association opposed. Have they removed, or because the TCA is here, obviously that was, I think, their big concern.
I think TCA is still the association is neutral, but your Orange County Transportation is still opposed. Is that correct? Correct.
Okay.
So we've gotten 90% of the opposition to go neutral or to support, but there's still a few.
I hope you understand. I'm just going to abstain. I think we had a B roll call. I'd prefer to just abstain on this till I get more information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the members? We have Ms. Finance. Do you have a file?
No file, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. We have a motion that's been made by Mr. Torlakson, has been seconded by Mr. Amiano. This measure passes on a B roll call with Ms. Harkey abstaining from this measure. Let's move on to SB 626.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this has to do with electric vehicles. The bill requires the PUC to evaluate and adopt rules for the smooth deployment of plug-in hybrid and electric vehicles. These vehicles, members, as you've seen on the TV and all over the place, will soon be in the California market, and we need the infrastructure. Thank you.
Motion's been made by Mr. Amiano. I heard two echoes. I believe it was Mr. Torlakson as well as Mr. John Perez. Please proceed.
One witness, Mr. Chairman, if you please.
Brevity would be highly appreciated. That's all.
Yes, Jamie Kahn here on behalf of Nissan North America in support of the bill.
Okay, any witnesses in opposition? Seeing none, Finance, do you have a file?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we find that the PUC would probably have costs of a couple $100,000 and no cost to the Energy Commission.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Kehoe,
we have the cost pegged at $110,000.
$110,000?
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
So
would you like to close, Ms. Kehoe?
I would ask for your aye vote.
Okay, let's call a Republican roll call.
Conway?
Aye.
Conway, aye. Duvall? Harkey? Miller? Miller, aye. Strickland?
Thank you.
Strickland, aye.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, your measure passes.
Thank you.
Let's move to SB 695.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. This is an important bill, members, because it adjusts electricity rates that have been frozen since the energy crisis, and the time is now to make it more real time.
Ms. Kehoe, in a bipartisan fashion, your measure has been moved by Mr. Mike Duvall from Orange County, has been seconded by Mr. Amiano, two individuals who are polar opposites, both geographically as well as political and ideologically. So,
perhaps I'll just ask for your aye vote.
Witnesses in support.
Lenny Goldberg on behalf of Turn, representing residential ratepayers in support.
Thank you very much. Next witnesses.
Ed Bedwell with Pacific Gas and Electric in support.
Thank you.
Catherine Hackney, Southern California Edison in support. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kat.
Any other witnesses in support? Seeing none. Witnesses in opposition? Also seeing none. Finance, do you have a file?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we're opposed to the bill. Our analysis indicates that by limiting the rate increases to 1% over CPI would likely result in a widening of the difference between lower tiers and upper tiers over time and exacerbate the existing problem.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Chair, this measure passes on a roll call with Ms. Harkey as a no vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm ready to take up the claims bill, if you please.
Let me make a slight correction.
Okay.
I'm going to move Ms. Harkey's no vote to a not voting.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
Results are the same nonetheless.
Thank you. And would you like me to take up the claims bill?
149.
SB 149.
SB 149, Mr. Chairman.
Motion is made by Mr. Jose Solorio from Orange County and Mr. Tom Tarleton from the East Bay.
Thank you, members. I would ask for your aye vote. It appropriates. It's a customary claims bill from the
Absolutely.
Senate side.
Witness and support from DOJ. I assume. Let's please make it brief.
Ask for your aye vote.
Thank you very much.
Mark
Finance, do you have a file?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, $110,000 cost. We're in support of the bill.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, this measure passes on an A roll call.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank
Have
you
a good
so much
day.
for taking me,
Absolutely. Yeah. Senator Leno. Senator Leno, you have 5 measures before us today. 3 are due pass recommendations. 1 is a candidate for suspense, and 1 is on the consent file.
Yes.
Good
Thank you, Mr.
morning.
Chair.
I see that you brought a sizable crowd with you.
How I travel.
Some may have come against you. Nonetheless, let's proceed with this.
And I'll waive on the consent item.
On SB 10, let's start with. Would you like to start with SB 772 or SB
792, if I could, just because most of the folks here today are for that. And,
okay. SB 792. Please proceed.
Schedule. I'm going to be very brief in my presentation so that some of my supporters from San Francisco can have a chance to share with you their reasons for support.
And let me add one thing, because I believe the sizable crowd, there's a combination of folks who are supportive of your measure. There's a combination of folks who have concerns and an opposition to your measure. What I want to do is to be very respectful across the board to make sure everyone's voice is heard. I'm going to allow a few testimonies on both sides in further detail. Those who are in support of the measure, who have traveled up from San Francisco, they can express their approval of the bill or opposition to the bill at the microphone by giving their name, where they've come from, and if they're supportive or against the bill. So let's proceed, Mr. Leno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this bill does is authorizes state lands and state parks to be able to enter into negotiations with the City and County of San Francisco for some exchange of land, so that one of the most exciting and important development opportunities for the southeast sector of San Francisco, in fact, for the entire city, can move forward, as 65% of the voters approved in November of last year. We're talking about over 10,000 units of new housing, amazingly 32% of which will be below market rate, otherwise at affordable rates. It will also allow for the largest expansion of city parkland since the development of Golden Gate Park. So we're talking about significant new parklands for an area of town which has very little green and open space. It will also, as your analysis accurately points out, produce over 10,000 jobs in construction, I believe. It's 10,000. We've got Tim Paulson from the San Francisco Labor Council here today to talk about all of the opportunities for economic development. Also, great economic opportunities in over 1 million square feet of retail and commercial space, something very needed in the southeast sector of town. Interestingly, this Candlestick Point area, which is the state park, it was the first urban state park in our system. Then Assemblyman Art Agnos, who's been working on the bill with us, authored that legislation. Currently, almost half of the park can be used for parking lot. That's in statute currently. Our bill removes that from statute, so no longer can more than half of the state park be used for parking. Other benefits will come from this bill. $40 million of developer money, not city money and not state money, will be used to upgrade this state park, which has been forgotten by the state park system. There are many wonderful aspects of this park. It is used, but it is underutilized relative to its possibilities. So there will be $40 million to improve the park, to build some piers into the bay so there can be boating opportunities that don't exist today. There'll be bike lanes, trails, there'll be walking and hiking trails, there'll be plantings. All of that will go on as a result of this bill. Even more importantly, currently the only operations and maintenance money that this park has comes from around $500,000 worth of parking revenue when the 49ers are playing at Candlestick Park. It's quite likely that the 49ers may not have a future there. The park is very dilapidated, though we have an opportunity for the 49ers to build a new stadium on this development site. In any case, that $500,000 is likely to go away. This bill puts into statute $750,000 annually will be available for operations and maintenance of this state park. And I think all of us in this room understand that all of our state parks are at risk of closing right now, and in particular, those that are underutilized and underfunded are probably going to be at the top of the list of potential closings. So we think we will not only improve the park area, we will expand green and open spaces, we will provide tens of thousands of jobs, build thousands of new homes, 30% of which, 32% of which will be below market rate. And with that said, I would like to introduce Supervisor Sophie Maxwell, who is the supervisor from District 10, which represents the area that we are talking about, a supporter of this project, a supporter of this bill, and someone who's been working for nearly a decade in bringing exactly this kind of economic development to her area of San Francisco. Welcome, Supervisor Maxwell.
Okay, thank you, Senator Leno. I'm going to ask your witnesses, because I want to be respectful across the board, to be brief in their comments. I'm going to ask and give them 2 minutes each. I do apologize. I know it does sound very brief, but given the content of the work that we have to do today, it's going to be challenging. So
no, thank you,
please,
Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Well, thank you very much. I understand. Again, I am on the Board of Supervisors in San Francisco. It's an 11-member board. I've been there for 9 years. And before that, I was a member. I've been in the community. I've lived in this community for over 30 years. And before that, I was volunteering in my community and on various committees to make sure that we were revitalizing this community in a way that everyone could feel it. And so one of the reasons I ran is so that all the projects that we came up with, all the plans, that somebody would be there who understood to make sure that these things came through. And so that's why I'm here today, and that's why I've been on the board and working tirelessly. This area that I represent, most of the, all of the public housing actually in San Francisco is located in this district. One of the projects here, Alice Griffith, is one of the oldest in our city. This project will revitalize that. It will rebuild it. However, it will rebuild it, making sure that the people who live there now will be able to stay in that community and also have new housing. Also in my district and in San Francisco, we have 9% unemployment. In this district, there are 14% unemployment. This will help with the unemployment. We have fewer parkland than anywhere else in San Francisco. This will bring 300 new acres of parks. Parks are also, I believe, an economic engine. So in every single way, this is about revitalization. This is about renewing and making better a community and a neighborhood. And I also, I'm chair of the Land Use and Economic Development Committee in San Francisco, so I understand opposition, and I appreciate the opposition. I appreciate all the folks from the Sierra Club. They have made this bill better. And the people who are here today help make it better by keeping our feet to the fire. So the opposition is something that I am not afraid of, and that I appreciate, and I think that this is a part of democracy and what San Francisco is about and what this country is about. So this is a good thing. The majority of people in this community want this to happen. They're expecting this to happen. They have no idea this may or may not happen. They're thinking things are going on because they voted for this. And so they're feeling and hoping that things will happen. And so I'm here to make sure it happens, and I hope you will understand that there are many people, thousands and thousands of people, who are looking forward to this. Grandmothers who want their grandchildren to be able to have a place to live and a place to work like they have, because they didn't come to San Francisco because it was a great place and housing. They came for economic development, and that's what they want to see, and that's what this bill helps to do. Okay. And we are not necessarily thinking that it's the panacea, but it's certainly a path.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Supervisor, for your testimony. Next witness.
Tim Paulson. I'm the Executive Director of the San Francisco Labor Council. We represent 150 different unions in town, and we have thousands of members that live in this district. We are very excited about this, in particular because of the jobs that are going to be created here. There are going to be thousands and thousands of construction jobs, which will have local hire provisions in the agreement. There are also going to be living wage jobs when this project is done, because we've extracted from the developer, first of all, card check in various industries, as well as guarantee of Union Grocery Store that's going to be going into the area. We also have about $8.5 million worth of workforce development money that has come from the private developer, in which we are going to be making sure that there are programs in the community to get people into these jobs. So we're very excited about this, and this is the highest benchmark from a private developer in the history of the United States. It's actually 35% affordable housing in the particular area. So we are very much in support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paulson. Next witness.
Honorable Chairman, members of the committee, I am Dr. Aurelius Walker. Today I am representing two major groups that we are for this bill because of all the various amenities that you heard talked about. I walk this park 4 days a week for the last 10 or 12 years, and we're talking about only about 20 or 30 acres that we need to complete this project that Mr. Leno talked about. The 10,000 housing will be built, and that will be over 120 more acres left for the park. We're enjoying that. I enjoy that park. And let me just say that, and very briefly, that this is my third time being up here, and I believe that it's in your hand to give us that opportunity to bring about all of this economical positive impact for this community. And I want to thank you in advance for your support, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Thank you.
My name is Michael Cohen. I'm the Director of Economic and Workforce Development for the City and County of San Francisco. On behalf of the Mayor of San Francisco and the City of San Francisco, we urge your strong support of SB 792. This matter was taken up by the city's State Legislative Committee and endorsed by that committee at a public meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Pelote.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, Willie Pelote, representing the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees in strong support of the bill.
Thank you
ask
much.
for your aye vote, please.
Mr. Diaz.
Mr. Chair, members, Cesar Diaz on behalf of the State Building Construction Trades Council, also in strong support. Thank you.
Okay. This is what we'll speed it up, folks, so let's
Mr. Chairman, members, Eddie Bernanke on behalf of the San Francisco chapter of the National Electrical Contractors Association in strong support. Thank you.
Patrick Hay on behalf of the California State Council of Laborers and the members that work and live in the San Francisco area in strong support.
Mr. Walker.
Mr. Chair and members, Chris Walker on behalf of the California Association of Sheet Metal Air Conditioning Contractors in support of the bill.
Okay. I want to do something. If you notice on that wall over there, Sergeant, if you can raise your arm, please. There's a microphone there, too, for those individuals who are not here for this measure. If you could be so kind enough to make room for those individuals who are either in support or opposition eventually, so they can form a line, so they can state their opposition or their support of this measure. So if you could be so kind enough, if you're not here for SB 792, if you could just move to the side so we can make room for the men and women, the young men and women who've come up from San Francisco. Please, madam.
Good morning. I'm Doris Vincent. I'm a longtime member of the Bayview Hunters Point. I am the chair of the Business and Employment Subcommittee for the CAC, and I support this bill fully.
Good morning. My name is Lola Widow. I am a resident of over 45 years of the Bayview Hunters Point. Grew up in the Alice Griffith housing projects. Also a business owner of 20 years in the Bayview Hunters Point community. And I support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next witness.
My name is Lance Molina, and I'm a part of the Alice Griffith. I'm a resident of Alice Griffith, and I'm a founder of the Alice Griffith Youth Opportunity Program, and I fully support this bill.
Thank you very much.
My name is Lionel Howard, and I'm one of the founding members of the Alice Griffith Young Adults Organization and a resident of Alice Griffith, and I support this bill.
Thank you very much. Next witness.
My name is LeVar Kent. I'm a representative of Alice Griffith and a founder of the Alice Griffith Youth Organization. I'm a supporter of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next witness.
Hi, my name is Gary Banks. I'm a pastor in the Bayview Hunters Point community, also founder of a nonprofit organization, Family Restoration House, and I stand here in support of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Linda Richardson. I am the chair of the Land Use, Planning and Transportation of the Project Area Committee, which over a decade has been involved in the planning of the Bayview Hunters Point, and I support this bill.
Thank you very much. Next witness.
Good morning, Andrea Bress. I'm a resident of the Bayview Hunters Point and strongly support this bill.
Thank you. Next witness.
Al Noah, I'm president of Bayview Merchants Association, and we strongly support this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Good morning. I'm Bill Herms, Deputy Director for California State Parks. The bill that you have before you with the amendments solve two critical fiscal pieces for California State Parks, the money for the redevelopment as well as the ongoing operations and maintenance. I'd like to quickly take this opportunity to thank the author and his staff for working as diligently as they have to bring resolution to these difficult fiscal issues, and we continue to look forward to working with the author's office as this bill moves. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any other witnesses in support?
Chairman, I move this bill.
Okay. We have a motion that's been made by Mr. Miller. It's been seconded by Ms. Harkey. I want to go back and see any witnesses in support. Seeing none, we're going to go to witnesses in opposition. Those who are going to provide the expert testimony at the table, please feel free to come to the table.
Go to the table.
Go to the table. We'll do the other.
Please come on up. Take a seat. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Espanola Jackson, and I'm a resident of...
Ms. Jackson, if you could be so kind enough, I'm over here. Right, here we are. If you could just come a little closer to the microphone.
I was trying to pull this heavy chair.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Espanola Jackson, and I'm a resident of Bayview Hunters Point. I've been a resident since 1948, a homeowner since 1968. What you have not been told, this committee and no one else here in Sacramento have been told, that that state park was once the city dump as well as the auto wrecking companies over there. That is a toxic area, and I was not told about this hearing. I just learned about it last week. No one have came to Espanola Jackson, and Leno know me very well. He know my number, my home number. He could have came and asked me. I'm listening to all of these professionals coming in here and talking about what they support. You can't support something that you don't know anything about. Thank you very much. I'm asking you to vote no on this 792.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Thank you. Next witness. Can you please push the button right there? There we go.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Alicia Garza, and I'm the Executive Director of People Organized to Win Employment Rights, a 13-year-old organization that works with low-income families in Bayview Hunters Point. We are opposed to Senate Bill 792 because it sets a bad precedent. State parks are held in trust for the public to enjoy and to use, not for private development. Particularly that which will be unaffordable to more than 70% of the neighborhood. The affordable housing that is being talked about in this bill is actually affordable up to 160% of area median income, which we know, again, is unaffordable to more than 70% of families who live in the community. We're also opposed to the bill because we believe that responsible development must be grounded in environmental justice. We all know that black families in particular lack access disproportionately to open space and healthy spaces to play. This unnecessary bill is irresponsible in the fact that it will severely impact the ability of black families to enjoy open space. Can I please ask folks who are here in opposition to the bill to stand?
Did you want to do that? Because I was going to allow them to come to the microphone.
I'll wrap it up. Many of the people who are here today walk this park every day. They are retired Muni drivers, truck drivers, mail carriers, folks with disabilities, after working for 20 years for the city, they use this park, which is the only park available in the community, to walk, to be healthy. We know that folks in Bayview Hunters Point lack access to healthy food. We know that folks in Bayview Hunters Point lack access to healthy options. We do not want a state park being turned over to an irresponsible developer who is known for egregious health and safety violations in this very community. Thank you very much.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Ms. Garza. Next witness.
Thank you. Yes, Daniel Landry from San Francisco. And again, to echo them words, we oppose this bill, SB 792. And if you just take a brief look at the history of this developer, we all know of some of the problems that has been caused statewide and nationwide. It appears that land grabbing has become the business of order in the United States, and we think that we should not allow this developer or anyone come into the San Francisco community without the people weighing in and having public meetings and forums where the people can weigh in on the decisions of a park that's so valuable. Thank you.
Next witness.
Good morning. My name is Marie Harrison from Green Action for Health and Environmental Justice. As an environmentalist and as a mother and grandmother living and working in Bayview Hunters Point, we are here to say strongly that we oppose this opposition. By the way, you need to know that up to 5 supervisors from the Board of Supervisors representing San Francisco oppose this bill. There are 5 of them right now on board with us to oppose this bill. As a mother and as a grandmother and a person who utilized that park, my child's school utilizes that park for their nature walks. It is unconscionable to think that you would turn this land over to be built upon, especially housing that, one, we know for a fact that we will not be able to occupy in our own. Okay, these promises that are being made, if you follow the history, what you'll find is that these are the same identical promises made from the very offset when we said no. We did not, as a community, select the group of folks who are doing the development now. They were selected for us. We are now here to speak for ourselves, because talking behind the doors and trying to get our representatives to hear us has been a very harsh and hard thing to do. So from the mothers of Bayview Hunters Point, and on behalf of our children and Green Action for Health and Environmental Justice and the entire Bay Act, these are environmental groups throughout the state of California, we say no. Please oppose this bill.
Thank you very much. Next witness.
Hello, my name is Alice Fialkin, and I'm all for creation of jobs as well. I was head of my union at Muni for close to 20 years. But I'm here to oppose this as well on a different grounds, well, for the same grounds on a different ground, which is that this is a wildlife refuge on the water. During migratory time, there are 70 different kinds of birds that come through there. There are also mammals, rodents, snakes, etc. And it's 140 acres of land, of which they want to develop 1/3 of it. And we just ask you to please do not trade this parcel of land off so that we can preserve this little gem for the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What we're going to do now is go to that microphone, just state your name, where you come from, and whether you're in support or, and I'm going to assume, in opposition to this bill.
Annie Pham, I'm with Sierra Club California. We're currently opposed, but we're working with the author to improve the bill, and we'd like to thank the author for working with us.
Thank you.
My name is Jaron Brown. I'm with Power, and I'll just submit 965 signatures we gathered from Bayview residents in opposition. The letter with 5 supervisors, which is Mar, Daly, Campos, Mirkarimi, and Avalos, opposing this bill, and 38 organizations who've signed a petition in opposition.
Thank you. Next witness.
My name is Francisco da Costa. I'm the Director of Environmental Justice Advocacy. I have been an environmentalist for over 45 years. This bill is a very wrong bill, sends a very wrong signal for 2 reasons. Number one, not one single meaningful meeting was held in the community. Number two, The developer,
I'm gonna ask you to hold
Lennar, is
on
a
one
rogue
second.
developer that has harmed our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're going to speed this up, so I'm just going to ask you for your name and if you're in opposition.
Yes.
Go ahead.
My name is Anthony McFarland. I'm a resident from San Francisco Bay, Hunters Point. And I totally disagree on this bill due to the fact I walked through this park many years, born and raised, grew up at that park right across from Bret Harte School. And truthfully, I tell every individual in here, we do not support that bill. Plain and simple.
Thank you much.
We do not support the bill.
Thank you much.
We do not.
My name is Betty Higgins. I'm a Power member, born and raised in San Francisco, 65 years. Ever since they had the park there 37 years ago, I've been walking it. Still walking it. Would be there right now, but you would be able to catch me more so at 8 o'clock in the morning, and I oppose this bill because there's hundreds of us on the daily base out there from 6:30 until 8:30 at night. You know, you could catch somebody out there, so whoever believes that this park is not being utilized, they don't know what they're talking about.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm going to stress again, because if it continues to move on, then I'm going to cut the line and no one's going to be able to voice their opposition. So I'm going to ask you, for the respect for this committee and everyone across the board, give me your name, where you come from, and if you're in support or in opposition. Please proceed, sir.
My name is Eddie Bagby, and I've been walking at the Candlestick Hunters Point.
I can't hear you.
I've been walking over there for about the last 25 years.
Okay. Okay.
I
Do you oppose or
oppose this
support?
bill,
Oppose
yes.
the bill. Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nisi Joshua, opposed to this bill. Thank you.
Thank you much.
I'm Mishwa Lee. I'm a over 20-year resident of Bayview Hunters Point. I'm opposed to this bill.
Thank you much, ma'am.
Ernest Stokes from San Francisco, California, and I oppose this bill.
Thank you much.
Dan Jerome, resident of San Francisco, California. Me, myself, and I oppose this bill.
Thank you much.
Leotis Martin from Bayview Hunters Point, oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Bobby Washington, Bayview Hunters Point. I oppose this bill.
Thank you very much.
Catherine Purse, Little Hollywood. I oppose swapping land to a private developer, park land to a private developer.
Thank you very much.
Jenny Davis, and I'm opposed to this bill.
My name is Suleiman Assad, and I'm opposed to this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Assad.
My name is Star Miles. On behalf of the Samoan community, we oppose this bill.
Thank you.
My name is Teresa Tonafau. I'm part of the resident and also Samoan community, and we oppose this bill.
Thank you.
My name is Maida Tatulatasi, and I oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Alexa Ray Toy, and I speak on behalf of the Bayview Hunters Point youth. We oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Afuana Lotutu, and I oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Elena Takahashi, Southeast Sector resident for 15 years, gentrified out of Bernal Heights, currently in Visitation Valley, and I oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Joel Koppel, San Francisco IBEW Local 6 Electricians. I'm for this bill.
Thank you very much. Now, we have gone through the supporters of this measure. We have gone through the opposition to this measure. I'm going to go to Finance. Finance, do you have a file?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Our only concern is that, as we understood it, the funding for restoration and maintenance had not yet been locked into the bill.
Okay. I want to go to questions from the members. If any folks have any questions of Mr. Leno or other supporters or folks from the opposition. Mr. Torlakson.
If you could just address, Senator, the fiscal aspect, because this is a fiscal committee. I think on the policy side, it's very creative and it's innovative, bringing the partnerships and your housing goals. While it's not satisfactory to everybody, 35% is a pretty amazing target to be hitting. So it's very innovative partnerships you're putting together. But for this committee, the policy committee already approved on the merits of the content of the bill. On the land use side, what are the fiscal implications of the bill? It does not meet suspense thresholds from what I understand.
Right. The concern that Finance has just raised will be in amendment form as the bill moves to the floor, specifically $40 million of improvements to this very state park, $40 million of improvements that will come from the development project, not the city and not the state. That will be in the bill. $750,000 of annual operations and maintenance, which currently does not exist. As I mentioned earlier, the $500,000 that we're getting from the parking is about to go away. There will be absolutely no operation and maintenance for this park, which will put it at risk of closure. This park is at risk of closure. We are going to save it from closure by putting $750,000 annual operation and maintenance into statute. And beyond that, because there is always concern that the developer could default, there will be language in the bill that puts this into a safe default fund. So if the developer walks away, that $40 million and that $750,000 annual does not go with them, and it will be required of any new developer that comes in. It will be all locked down.
Mr. Chairman, I find there's multiple safeguards in the bill, and it does a tremendous amount. Over time, it'll enhance recreation opportunities, I believe. And
yeah, very much so. Very much.
Supporting the bill.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Other questions? Mr. Calderon, please.
Senator Leno, obviously there are people in your district that feel strongly about it on both sides.
Have you ever been to my district?
The least of which are the
That's why it's the best district in the state.
Is the assembly. Well, you know, I do appreciate that, but it seems to me you need to work this out and not put us in the middle of it.
There's no applause, please. Let's hold out for a second. Go ahead.
Mr. Calderon, all I can say is with any land use issue in a peninsula district where we're surrounded by water on three sides, there's limited land. Any kind of land use issue has some kind of oppositional response. Nothing would get done if you expected everything to be worked out. We are this close to getting Sierra Club to neutrality. That's why you did not see a big presentation by Sierra Club, because the habitat protections that they want, the buffer zones that they want to protect the habitat, we're putting into the bill. And the acreage, you've heard that this is going to turn over parkland to developers, and I'm glad that so many people are here today so they can get better informed as to what this bill does and does not do. Because folks who think they're not going to be able to walk in the park in the morning are misinformed. Beyond the state park, which is, again, at risk of closing altogether, this project will develop 300 acres of new city parkland that does not exist. There's a dearth of green and open space area in this part of town. We're going to create 300 acres of new green and open space so everyone can recreate.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Mr. Amiel, please go ahead.
And just to put a coda on Mr. Calderon's question, this was put before the voters of San Francisco last year. 65% supported the development.
Okay, Mr. Amiano.
Thank you very much. Along with my esteemed colleague, Senator Leno, and Supervisor Maxwell, I also represent this district. And I think we're all victimized here by a strong history of discrimination and neglect of this district. And so in our attempts, in our honorable attempts, in Senator Leno's honorable attempts, and Supervisor Maxwell's, and my friends in labor, and myself, and the community at large, we're trying to right the ship of state, and we do have differences, and we do, sometimes this is, we do quantitative assessments, in other words, the number of votes for a ballot measure, but the quantitative, while it works in terms of numbers, doesn't always necessarily reflect the qualitative issues involved, the quality of life involved. None of our systems are perfect. Certainly my assessment is not perfect, but I do want to remain consistent here. I did not support Prop G, which was the ballot measure that won. I supported Prop F because I did have concerns, which I still have. I think that Senator Leno really has done a yeoman's job in working with the Sierra Club. You know, it's actually sometimes when you have a history of opposition, in some ways it's almost easier to engage the opposition. But when you have allies, strong allies, as Mr. Leno is of the Sierra Club with a great history, the rules of engagement become a little dicier, a little more personal because, you know, we all want to get along. And it is hard sometimes to have these kind of disagreements. I do want to point out that 5 members of the 11-member Board of Supervisors have asked that we do not support this issue. If you know the history of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, this is not unusual. I do have hope. Mr. Leno and I are big advocates of Harvey Milk, and that was his message. And even though this has become a contentious issue, I think that there are bumps and other issues that can be mellowed out. I'm hoping for the best here. I'm going to vote no on this bill because for the reasons stated, but also that I think that there's a possible sale of 23% of state parklands for developmental purposes. I have strong concerns over that precedent. Colleagues, I will leave this up to you, but I am voting no on this matter with all due respect and the utmost courtesy to my friends on the other side.
Okay, I think we have exhausted questions on both sides. Mr. Leno, would you like to close?
Very briefly, thanks to the committee for your gracious allotment of time and for all of those who have come on both sides of the issue from San Francisco. I know it's a long trip, and I thank them as well. Just to put a final word on it, because this is the Fiscal Committee, just to rattle off a few last numbers. This will represent more than $8 billion of construction activity in the area, more than $1.5 billion per year in gross sales, revenues, and purchases by businesses in the project area. And again, this is the most depressed area in San Francisco economically. More than $80 million per year to the state in state income taxes will come as a result of this development. More than $200 million per year to the state in sales taxes as a result of this development. More than $7 million per year will benefit the San Francisco Unified School District, and more than $5 million per year for other local jurisdictions, including BART and the San Francisco Community College District. So with all of that, I would ask for your aye vote.
Okay, Mr. Leno, we have a motion that's been made by Ms. Harkey, has been seconded by Mr. Miller. What we're going to do on this measure is an open roll call. We're going to call a roll call on this measure. Go ahead, Mr. Leno.
I'm sorry, can we do that for a second? Why is that?
Yes, Mr. Leno.
I'm sorry.
Proceed. Do you have a...
No, you proceed. I thank you for the moment with my staff.
No problem at all whatsoever. My recommendation is for an open roll call on this measure before us today. Let's call an open roll call. I'm going to suspect that there's going to be some additional work that's going to be needed on this measure before closing of today, before we gavel down. But let's do an open roll call right now.
And if we are short votes, we can put it on call?
We can put it on call, yes.
Very good. Thank you.
De Leon?
Aye.
De Leon, aye. Conway? Conway, aye. Amiano? Amiano, no. Calderon? Calderon, no. Cotto? Davis? Duvall? Abstain. Fuentes? Hall? Hall, aye. Harkey? Harkey, aye. Miller? Miller, aye. John Perez? Skinner? Solario? Solario, aye. Strickland? Strickland, aye. Torlixon? Torlixon, aye. Hill? Hill, aye.
So, how many are we short? It passes? Yeah, that's right. Mr. Leno, your measure passes 9-2 vote. Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask, please, no applause, to be respectful. This is a continued process still. This measure will go to the floor, obviously, where those individuals in support as well as opposition will continue their journey forward. So, Mr. Leno, should we proceed with your next measure?
Thank you very much.
Now, for a much more polemic and polarizing measure.
Your preference of my bill,
772.
Oh, let's
the members
go
of
for
this
it.
committee
Let's go
thank you
for it.
very much, Mr. Leno. Please proceed with SB 772.
Okay. 772, I'm going to very briefly touch on the policy just so that you understand, but we've had full policy hearings multiple times in both houses, so I just want to focus on the fiscal, which, as your analysis will tell you, is minimal. So that is why it is a do-pass recommendation as opposed to a suspense candidate. It takes just 4 juvenile products that have been deemed by the United States Consumer Product Safety Commission to be non-fire hazards.
Mr. Leno, for the record, the motion's been made by Mr. Amiano. It's been seconded by Mr. Torlakson.
And could I ask Mr. Amiano, as he makes his motion, as I discussed with you yesterday, an amendment that was taken in B&P is now deemed to be overly broad by the member who had proposed the amendment, and that we just want to delete 7 words from it and move it today as amended, if that's okay with the chair and committee.
Mr. Chairman, I'm the member who moved the amendment. I would characterize it differently.
Go ahead.
So here's the situation, Mr. Chairman. This bill, at its core, is about choice. Choice for manufacturer and choice for consumers. I put forward an amendment that's now at issue in the Policy Committee that required labeling that these products didn't meet the fire retardant standard, or they weren't tested to it, actually. And I asked for the label to be put both on the product and on the price tag. Mr. Leno has asked me to remove that from the price tag, and I think he has a compelling reason. It transfers the obligation to the retailer. I'm comfortable with removing that, but my preference is then to put the label on the product packaging, the box, so the manufacturer still has the obligation to inform the consumer.
As opposed to the label itself.
Correct. Okay. Mr. Leno is not comfortable with that change, so I just want to state that I believe that the most appropriate way to provide the choice to a consumer is fair disclosure, and I agree that the price tag is not the appropriate mechanism. The problem is I did commit to Mr. Leno I would support his bill removing those words. But in all fairness and in all disclosure, I think that the appropriate remedy is then to put it on the actual box so that a consumer can see before making a purchase, not after making a purchase, that the product was not tested to meet these standards. So it's a distinction that you and I have. I think it's much better to have that disclosure on the box. I'm going to support this bill, but I really do think that it ought to have the disclosure on the box so the consumers know what they're buying.
I wanted to say, just Mr. Leno, if you can say, I know that, and I'm going to make this very brief because I don't want this to be a drawn-out session on this issue alone, that Mr. Pettis, being a member of B&P and having a stake with regards to this measure, has come around without a doubt, and it is a fine distinction with regards to whether that information, the content of that information, is either on the label itself or on the box itself. So, that being said, let's continue with your testimony. We're going to move forward with the supporters as well as those who oppose this measure. And if you could be as brief as possible, Mr. Leno, we'd highly appreciate it.
Well, again, I'm prepared not to revisit the entire policy conversation if you'll hold the opposition.
And we don't want to do that, exactly.
So then I will just make reference to the fiscal effect, as noted in your analysis, minor ongoing costs to the Bureau of Home Furnishings to develop regulations if necessary, and to collect data and assess potential fire hazard of various infant and child's products. So, again, I will go into the policy debate as deeply as the opposition does in my closing, but I will spare it in my opening. And with regard to Mr. Perez's concern, which he had not shared with me prior to the meeting today, though we had conversations yesterday, that would set a precedent. We do have labeling requirements. We do have labeling requirements relative to our fire safety standard. On probably the chair you're sitting on, you might find a tag, and there's no requirement on that box that it was purchased. But out of concern for your issue, Mr. Perez, I'm happy to agree, and I know that the chair may not want to do that on the fly, so we may have to do that on the floor. But I'd be happy to work with you to make sure that that amendment is in place on the floor, and that you'll help me with the bill on the floor.
I helped you with the floor out of the last committee. I'll help you with the floor all the way to the end.
Very good.
As long as we
you
have the disclosure
there. You bet.
that
I'm all for disclosure.
that consumers
you
deserve.
Bet. Thank you. So
why don't we go with witnesses in support?
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Why don't we do that?
Mr. Chair, Pete Price with the California League of Conservation Voters. I want to first thank Senator Leno, the chair, and Mr. Perez and others for reaching an agreement on this amendment, which we think is important. Otherwise, we were concerned the bill would have been functionally inoperative, so it's an important amendment. I want to make one other quick point. For environmental advocates, this is a fairly modest bill. We're concerned about the toxicity of these chemicals, but we also understand the balancing you have to do when these dangerous chemicals also serve a useful public purpose, like fire protection. But that's not the case with these bills, with this bill. The products in this bill have been identified by neither the state nor the federal government as posing unreasonable fire risk to children. And both levels of government have processes to do just that. So this bill is not about protecting children against fire. I think it's about some other things. We support the bill. Thank you.
Okay, I see two other individuals here. I'm going to ask you to be very brief. Mr. Hernandez.
Yes, Ignacio Hernandez, on behalf of the Consumer Federation of California, we are a co-sponsor of the measure for the reasons previously stated.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Christy Valma representing the California Professional Firefighters. We have sponsored both iterations of this bill, both last year and this year, and we ask for your support.
Hi, Jennifer Fearing on behalf of the Humane Society of the United States. Out of the concern that we have that these toxins pose threats to both companion animals and wildlife, we urge your support of this bill. Thank you
very much. Any other witness in support, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members, Donna Brownsey here for the Breast Cancer Fund. We are in strong support of the bill.
Thank you very much. Any other witnesses in support? Seeing none. Witnesses in opposition, please come forward. Mr. Joe Lang, welcome. Good morning.
Chairman, members. Okay. Thank you. My name is Joe Lang. I represent Citizens for Fire Safety Institute, a trade organization that involves both the manufacturers of the fire retardants along with every major burn center in the state, fire departments throughout the country. Recognizing the admonition that the Chair and Senator Lau have to keep things brief and to not get into too much policy, there's a lot of policy to talk about here. I'll be very brief and just say what you should look at in this bill is what this bill does. The result of this bill is that if there is a fire in a home, the products in the adult bedroom will not be fire safe. I'm sorry, will be fire safe, will be fire resistant. The products in the children's bedroom were not. That is an irony that should stand out in a very bright light. The children's bedroom will not be fire safe, the adults will be. Regarding the amendments, which is a very important discussion, I think, Mr. Chair and members, those amendments were taken in order to provide disclosure to the consumer that, in fact, the products that they've relied on for the last 30 years as being tested by California's highest in the nation flame test standard to prove their fire safety would no longer be applied to those products. The discussion in the committee was that that disclosure should be on both the label provided on the product and on the price tag. And the reason for that was that many of these products, whether it's a stroller, whether it is a infant carrier, oftentimes are sold in boxes. And if it's not on the price tag, the first time the consumer would actually see the disclosure and understand and know that it's not a fire-safe product is after they had purchased it. So the idea was that they get that disclosure both on the price tag and on the tag on the product. What Assemblyman Perez is suggesting perhaps does solve and address that issue in that somewhere on the box, so that the consumer can see it prior to purchase, they should be notified that in fact that product is not fire safe. Relative to the fiscal costs, Mr. Chair, members, I would just point out a couple things. While it's very difficult to measure, at the heart of this bill is whether or not certain products that are used by children are in fact fire safe. An important cost factor into that is if and when, unfortunately, fires occur, and children are more than 50% more susceptible to being injured or killed in a fire. The costs to the state of California for dealing with those injuries and the results of those fires are astronomical. If you go right here to Shriners Hospital here at UC Davis and tour and see the consequences that fire has on children, I think you would think twice about passing a measure that lessens fire safety standards for children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lang. Next witness.
Brian Warren from the Department of Consumer Affairs on behalf of the Bureau of Home Furnishings and Thermal Insulation, and we remain opposed for policy reasons.
Okay. Other witnesses in opposition? Seeing none, do we have questions from the members? Mr. Calderon. We have opposition. Please. We'll go to the opposition, then we'll go to Mr. Calderon.
Good morning. My name is Trina Williams. I'm a member of the Board of Education, Inglewood Unified School District, Vice President of the Inglewood South Bay branch of the NAACP, Vice President of Great Beginnings for Black Babies, and Educational Advisor to the Jonathan Reed Family Rights Coalition. And I'm here again today to say that we are in opposition to this bill. We feel that, as written, it is irresponsible, and simply enough information have not been disseminated to I believe, all the groups that could possibly be affected, by such an action by the furniture manufacturers. We have to think about those who are most vulnerable in this situation, we definitely, again, we definitely oppose. I was here last month, and I tried to give them a chance. I tried to. We researched. We went back to my organizations to see what information we have been given in the South Bay about this bill, either pro or against, and we got more against than we have for it. So, again, we are in opposition, strongly opposition to this bill.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. We're going to try, I know it's very difficult sometimes, the lines do get blurred, and we're all guilty of it, policy and fiscal, and we're going to stick to fiscal. But that's okay. That's okay, Ms. Williams. Thank you for your testimony. Next witness, we allowed 3 supporters, 2 supporters. That was the third supporter, or the third person in opposition to this measure. I just respectfully ask for your name, where you come from, and your position on this measure.
My name is Ann Earl,
Okay,
National Cancer Negro Woman. I'm also an instructor with LA Unified, a resident of Compton, and I oppose this bill.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Zyra McLeod, and I'm president and founder of Parenting and Community Action Team for the County of Los Angeles. I'm the president of the International Black Chambers of Commerce, the president of the International Association of African American Ambassadors to the continent of Africa and Middle East. I'm also the founder of a K-12 school, and also I served on the school board of Inglewood, and also a parent activist for all of the school systems. And I oppose this bill tremendously.
It's a very, very impressive resume. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Melissa McLeod, and I'm the principal of Corbett Preparatory Academy. It's a K-12 academy in Los Angeles County, and I strongly oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other witnesses in opposition? Seeing none, Finance, do you have a file?
No file.
Okay, Mr. Calderon.
Yeah. I think I do need, obviously, if this bill passes, it could depending on who's right and who's wrong, could add significantly to state costs. And in that regard, I'm going to ask the author a question. It seems to me, that this is a solution looking for a problem. And my bias is that some in the environmental movement are colorblind, but not in a good way. And the question is, in communities like mine in East Los Angeles and South Central and other communities, if we're wrong one time, not only could result in significant costs, but also in significant damage to human life or the quality of life. Now, I understand that does not appear to be any evidence overwhelming on one side or the other, So why is the bill necessary if it could result in loss of or injury to life and potentially cost in terms of government costs?
Sure. I'll take them point by point for you, Mr. Calderon. First of all, and you should have all received this on your desk, and if not, I will get it to you. It's from the United States Consumer Product Safety Commission, and they wrote to me on October 14th of last year stating that it is within their jurisdiction to determine any product to be a fire risk or not. And they have determined the very specific 4 products that are in our bill specifically to be non-fire risks that the Commission's National Electronic Injury Surveillance System for 2000 to 2008 does not identify any incidents in which a stroller, infant carrier, bassinet, or nursing pillow was the item first ignited. So they determined them not to be fire risks. So our point is that when you have chemicals, and I can show you all the studies, if you like, that show how serious these chemicals are with regard to neurological impacts, endocrine disruption impacts, cancer, and other illnesses that come from it. And the firefighters are in full support of this because their firefighters are dying at extraordinary rates because when these chemicals burn, it is a known fact that they convert to carcinogens, dioxin and furans. And that means when firefighters go into fight, not only do they have to be careful not to breathe it, but if the soot of these converted carcinogens lands on their skin, that can cause cancer. So that's why the firefighters...
But that's going to happen anyway with adult pillows, right?
Mr. Leno,
let me continue, please.
Mr. Leno,
I just want to answer his question.
Okay, but I'm going to ask you just be as brief as possible. I'm going to peel back a little bit because I'd rather focus on the fiscal issues and not delve into things that were hashed out in policy.
It was a policy question.
Okay.
So that is why we're doing this, and we have the support of the California NAACP.
Other witnesses, I should say, other questions? Mr. Solorio.
I don't have a question, but I did just want to share why I can't support the bill today. This bill is really more about a product rather than a chemical, but I think at the root of the discussion is a flame retardant and whether it's good or bad. I think scientists should make those types of determinations rather than having a fact sheet for and against. And that's why we have the green chemistry process, and they should be deciding whether we should or should not have these type of chemicals in these products. Also, firefighters are on different pages on this. We have this statewide professional firefighters in support, but my local Orange County professional firefighters are against. And so they're also kind of in mixed company. So I can't support it today. I think it should be a science-based process that makes these type of determinations. This isn't exactly a chemical bill, but it really is about chemicals, and I think scientists rather than politicians should be making those determinations.
Mr. John Pettis.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to briefly just speak to the point that was just raised about whether or not this is a ban. When I first looked at this bill in policy committee, that was my take. It was my concern that this was a backdoor ban. Quite frankly, I came around on that because what was at issue was creating choice for manufacturers, and then in my opinion, the issue was creating choice for consumers, and that choice for consumers only existed when it was informed. The author took an amendment in that committee and now has committed to work with me here to make sure that we provided that choice for the consumers in an informed way. And while I feel strongly that we shouldn't be doing chemical bans, we should be going through green chemistry, I don't think this bill attempts to do that. Rather, it creates that choice both in manufacturing and and for the consumer, and you need both for it to be meaningful.
Okay. Any other questions from members? Seeing none, we have a motion made by Mr. Amiano. It has been seconded. Mr. Torlakson, you may close very briefly.
I just want to reiterate what Mr. Perez has just said. Members, in fact, this is a deregulation bill, and that is why 5 Republican senators out of 15 joined us on the Senate side before we put in the amendment that Mr. Perez had brought forward. Senators Dutton, Denham, Maldonado, Strickland, and Onnested all supported this on the floor of the Senate because, as Senator Denham asked me, Mark, if your bill becomes law and the manufacturers of these products want to put the chemicals in, would they be able to? And the answer is yes. And if they don't want to, they don't have to, yes. So it takes government out of an area it doesn't need to be in when the federal government has deemed these products not to be fire risks. And I believe the Republican analysis here today says support if amended, as we've now suggested to amend. So I think this is very worthy of supporting. I understand that the chemical industry has poured enormous amounts of money into lobbying against this bill, but I would ask for your aye vote.
Okay, Mr. Leno, we have a motion that's been made by Mr. Amiano. It's been seconded by Mr. Torlakson. Let's have a full roll call.
De Leon?
Aye.
De Leon, aye. Conway? No. Conway, no. Amiano? Aye. Amiano, aye. Calderon?
No.
Calderon, no. Cotto? Davis? Duvall? Duvall, aye. Fuentes? Hall? Hall, aye. Harkey? No. Harkey, no. Miller? Miller, no. John Perez? Aye. Perez, aye. Skinner? Aye. Skinner, aye. Solario?
Not voting.
Strickland? Strickland, no. Torlakson?
Aye.
Torlakson, aye. Hill?
Aye.
Hill, aye. 8. We are
For how many short now? One? Okay. Mr. Leno, we're going to place your measure on call. You are short one vote.
One vote, right. Very
Thank
good.
you very much. Let's move. Ms. McLeod. Do you have another measure before us?
802.
You do? I apologize, Ms. Negrete McLeod. I apologize. We have one more measure before us from...
And I'm happy to waive on SB 10, which I understand is a suspense candidate.
SB 802, do pass recommendation.
And if someone
Please
wants
proceed.
to move the bill, I ask for your aye vote.
Motions are made by Mr. Fuentes, has been seconded by Ms. Skinner. Those in support, state your name and your support.
Mr. Chair, members of committee, Chris Walker on behalf of the California Association of Sheet Metal Air Conditioning Contractors, one of the co-sponsors of the bill. We support this because it's essential to increase the cash flow so contractors can stay at work. Right now, our contractors under the current retention laws are having to finance public works jobs. The interest they're paying to banks is money that's coming from the taxpayer. It's not going to bricks and mortar. And this bill caps it at 5%, does a great job on decreasing the cost for public works and increasing cash flow, allowing contractors to move on to the next job quicker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Next.
Mr. Chairman, members, Eddie Bernanke on behalf of the California chapters of the National Electrical Contractors Association and the California Legislative Conference for the Plumbing, Heating, and Piping Industry. For the reasons Mr. Walker stated and the author stated, we would urge your aye vote, and we think
Thank you. To the next witnesses, Ms. Negrete McLeod, due to my mistake, is standing behind all of you. If you continue to speak as long as you're speaking right now, I don't know how your bills are going to fare on the Senate side with Ms. McLeod there. So I'm going to give you some free advice. You know, please be as brief as possible.
Chair Member Cesar Diaz on the State Building Trades Council in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ackerman.
Mr. Chairman, Dave Ackerman with the Associated General Contractors.
True professionals that you are.
Mr. Chair, Todd Bloomson on behalf of the Southern California Contractors Association, as well as for Park Tier on behalf of the Landscape Contractors Association as well. Thank you.
Kevin Pedrati representing the Engineering and Utility Contractors Association in support.
Thank you so much.
Phil Vermeulen representing the Engineering Contractors, strong support.
Thank you so much.
Duncan McFettridge representing the pipe trades, the electricians, and sheet metal workers in strong support.
Thank you so much.
And Skip Dahm for the American Subcontractors Association, 400 companies. It's a cash flow jobs bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other witnesses in support? Seeing none, witnesses in opposition?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members. Tom Duffy for the Coalition for Adequate School Housing. Regretfully, we are in opposition to this bill. The legislature, in its wisdom over time, has regulated school construction and design in California for about 70 years. And I'm right here.
I was looking for somebody else.
Okay. This bill would take away an important tool that's used by public agencies. And schools and school construction is a very important aspect of turning this economy around. School districts today are underfunded by the state program. The allocation board cannot provide funds to districts today because it does not have bond funds available. And districts are having to use either their own local bonds to move projects forward or to borrow money to do bridge financings. This is not a good time to impose something like this on school districts today. So we ask for your no vote. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Next witness.
Eric Bakke with the Los Angeles Unified School District. I echo the sentiments from Mr. Duffy. I just also want to add that there's nothing in statute that prevents a negotiated contract between a school district and a contractor to do a 5% retention. Currently, Los Angeles Unified does that. We work that out through an analysis to ensure that the project is working on schedule, on time. We assess the risk. I just want to also highlight that ABX 421, which is a budget trailer bill that was just signed by the governor, actually provides that level of flexibility for the Department of General Services and their ID department. So our position is similar to what was just recently signed by the governor. So I just ask that this bill be vetoed.
Okay, thank you very much. Other witnesses in
Mr.
opposition.
Chairman and members, Mike Dillon representing the California Association of Sanitation Agencies and County Sanitation Districts of Los Angeles in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Dillon. Next
Terry
witness.
Burns on behalf of the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Public Instruction. For the same reasons, these funds are really just there as an insurance of performance. The performance happens. The funds are paid out. It's not a particular issue. It becomes an issue where there's a problem, and having these funds there helps reduce the litigation and additional costs to schools.
Thank you. Next witness, please.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Deanne Baker representing the California State Association of Counties, also here in opposition for many of the reasons already expressed by previous opponents. Thank you.
Next witness.
Mr. Chairman and members, Vernon Billy on behalf of Antioch Unified School District in opposition.
Thank you very much. Other witnesses in opposition? Seeing none, I see no questions from the members. Finance, do you have
Mr. Chairman, we have indeterminate costs to state agencies and are concerned.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Leno, you may close.
Sure. Just with regard, and I want to be respectful of the opposition's voice, but let me state that the City of San Diego and the California UC system have voluntarily moved to a 5% cap, that the cap poses no harm to any projects because parties involved, because California contractors working on public works projects are still required, of course, to be licensed and bonded. And the bill also expressly states that a public entity retains the right to withhold 150% of the value of any disputed work. So there are safeguards in place. So that which the opposition is suggesting would not happen. And this is not a novel concept. The federal government has moved to a 0% retention for public works. 20 other states have set their limit at 5% or lower, and California already has a 0% retention policy for transportation projects. So we know that this works, and this allows smaller contractors to be able to bid, so this is good for small businesses, and because there will be more competition, it will lower the cost of these public projects. You take out all of these other competitors, and the cost goes up. Beyond that, these contractors have to pad their bids now because they know they're going to have to pay finance costs because of the extraordinary withholding that goes on, sometimes up to 10% currently. So I'd ask for your aye vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leno. We have a motion made by Mr. Felipe Fuentes. It has been seconded by Ms. Nancy Skinner. This motion passes on an A roll call. I want to thank you very much for the hour and 40 minutes today of Mr. Mark Leno. It was indeed a pleasure to have you before us today.
Mr. Chair, if you're ever looking for a good time, you've got my number.
Absolutely. Okay. Ms. Negrete McLeod. Ouch.
Wow. See? You opened your mouth.
I will say that. As my Mr. Leno, as my Spanish teacher would say, que horror. Yeah. Senator McLeod.
Well, you know,
6 bills, 2 do pass, 3 suspense, 1 consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, those of us that are getting on in age, sitting here, I think I just aged a year. And since Mr. Leno and Ms. Kehoe took so darn long, perhaps you could just pass my bills out and I wouldn't even have to present them all.
Well, what would you like to start with? SB 674.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Helps if I put my glasses on. First, I would like to thank the committee staff, your committee staff, for working with my office on this bill. Members, SB 674 attempts to guarantee...
Ms. Negrete McLeod, motion's been made by Mr. Felipe Fuentes, been seconded by Mr. Mike Duval. Do we have any witnesses in support? I see none. Do we have any witnesses in opposition? I also see none. DOF, do you have a file?
No file.
Okay, this measure passed on a roll call. Let's go to SB 820.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. SB 820 makes various changes relating to the peer review process for physicians and...
We have a motion been made by Mr. Torlakson, has been seconded by Mr. Solorio. Witnesses in support, I would ask you to please be brief.
Mr. Chair and members, Michael Hawkins representing Kaiser Permanente Medical Care Program. We've been working with the author and the staff. There's one remaining issue, and we believe we'll resolve that issue.
Okay, next witness.
Mr. Chair and members, Ed Howard with the Center for Public Interest Law. This is an important patient protection measure, a very important patient protection measure, and we urge your aye vote.
Thank you very much. Next witness.
Brett Mechlin with California Medical Association. We are in support. We believe it strikes a fair balance between the public's right to know the quality of care being provided and the doctor's due process rights. Thank you.
Next witness. Seeing none, any witnesses in opposition?
You know, this bill has been long in the process. There has been numerous attempts over the years to do this kind of legislation. We have worked very hard with everybody, and we will continue to work hard before the opposition takes. But I think I have to ask all the members. What this bill is attempting to do is to get bad physicians out. So if everybody believes that we should get bad physicians out, then you should vote for this bill.
Witnesses
Yes.
in opposition.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. David Vandergriff on behalf of the California Hospital Association. We are opposed unless amended. We do thank the author. She has been diligent in working with us as the opposition, has taken some amendments. But she has not addressed our most critical objections to the bill, and that being that this bill will put physician peer review bodies in the place of making legal determinations of negligence, which is a legal standard that should be handled by judges and juries. We also object to a provision that we were asking for an amendment about the medical records, certified medical records, that those would be released as permitted by law. As you can understand, hospitals are very sensitive about sharing medical records and patients' information. And I am joined today by Dr. Bruce Ehrman, who is the Chief Medical Officer and also the President, I'm sorry, Chief Medical.
I'm the Chief of Staff and a Medical Director of Quality Improvement at Mercy General Hospital, CHW Hospital in Sacramento here.
Okay, and he is here to answer any technical questions about peer review. I just point out, too, it's my understanding the author is intending to take amendments to possibly remove the negligence language and also to take that amendment about the medical records. However, she still has a provision in the bill that says that the physician has to be a danger to the public, and this is very confusing because there is a current standard in law where a peer review body can summarily suspend a physician's privileges if he or she is found to be an imminent threat to the health of any individual.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah. Next witness.
Catherine Austin Scott. We are in the same position as CHA United Hospital Association. Just ask for you to consider the comments.
Thank you very much. Next witness. We have another witness in opposition.
Fred Main, Manette Phelps and Phillips on behalf of Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles. We're opposed for the reasons stated by CHA.
Other witnesses in opposition? Seeing none, DOF, do you have a file?
No file.
Okay, we have a question from Ms. Strickland.
Thank you, Senator. Will you be addressing the negligence issue that was raised?
Go ahead, my staff will answer.
Hi, Mr. Chair, members. Yes, we are working with the Hospital Association on that language. We also want to make sure that we continue to work with them, but at the same time, we want to strike a balance with the California Medical Association.
I definitely am in support of this issue. My question, though, is if you're asking a medical doctor to make a legal determination, because negligence is a word that's defined in legal code, that if we're asking a medical doctor who does not have the experience, perhaps, to make that determination, how they're expected to do so.
Yes, it is not our intent that these peer review bodies make those legal determinations, and we continue to work with the hospitals to come up with the right balance on that language. Thank you.
Why don't we do this? I want to stop you ahead of the game because you're discussing amendments that will be taken up on the floor. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear certain things, so we can move this bill forward. So why don't we stop it right there so we can advance this measure right now so we can have a vote on this measure here. Any other questions? Because we have a motion. Go ahead, Ms. Harkey.
When did the opposition, when was the opposition engaged in this bill? Because I have no opposition and no support on my file copy.
Assemblymember Harkey, this bill was amended on July 6th. And heard in Policy Committee on July 7th. And we testified at that hearing that we had significant concerns, but the author expressed that she wanted to work with us, and we agreed to work with her and now the bill is here in Assembly Appropriations. We took our opposition position last week after trying to work for a month to get our concerns addressed, and they haven't been addressed.
Okay, I wasn't notified of anything for or against. Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion that's been made by Mr. Torlakson, has been seconded by Mr. Solorio. Excuse me, I don't know if I went to DOF for a file.
Yeah.
No file.
Okay, this measure passes on an A roll call. Calderon, no. Well, Calderon, no, as well as two abstentions, that'd be Ms. Strickland and Ms. Harkey.
Thank you. I think really what we have to do, and I know that you've already passed the bill, but what I think we have to really concern ourselves with is, do we really want to be, as a legislature, the protectors of the consumers?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McLeod. Have a good day. Senator Corbett. Senator Corbett, you have 6 measures before us today. 3 are due pass recommendation, 1 is suspense, and 2 are on consent. Would you like to start with SB 34?
Yes, I will, and I will waive presentation on 117, the suspense item. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and out of deep respect for your time, I know you have many bills to go, so I am glad to do these all very quickly. SB 34 preserves the integrity of our initiative process by prohibiting the practice of payment per signatures, which unfortunately sometimes create situations where we end up with an incentive for fraudulent signatures. I have witnesses in support.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Rhonda Pascal on behalf of Secretary of State Deborah Bowen in support of the measure. Again, this measure has the potential to decrease fraudulent practices in signature gathering. Respectfully urge the committee's support.
Erin DePay with Planned Parenthood Affiliates of California, also in support.
Mr. Chair, members, David Jones on behalf of the City of Murrieta. We would strongly urge an aye vote on this bill.
Thank you much. We have a motion been made by Mr. Amiano, has been seconded by Mr. Torlakson. Do we have any witnesses in opposition? Seeing none, DOF, do you have a file?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have unknown costs for fraud investigations.
Okay, thank you very much. This measure passes on a B roll call. Let's move on next to SB 196.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will also be very brief on this. I believe this bill does enjoy support in this committee and your recommendation. This is a bill that, if anyone on this committee appreciates the fact that your local community receives adequate notice when your hospital is going to close, this is the bill for you. I urge your support. Current law already requires 90 days notice when a hospital is going to close. This bill only extends that deadline by 30 days.
Okay, witnesses in support.
Brett Michelin, California Medical Association in support.
Thank you.
Deanna Furman on behalf of the California Nurses Association in support. We feel that this bill is going to give communities additional time to look for alternative solutions and losing a hospital.
Okay, thank you. Emergency physicians, please.
Tim Madden, representing the California chapter of the Emergency Physicians, in support. Thank you.
Okay, just for the record, we have a motion that's been made by Mr. Amiano. It's been seconded by Mr. Torlakson. Can we have the opposition please come up?
Connie Delgado Alvarez with the California Hospital Association. This bill would extend the notice that hospitals have to give and also provide for public meetings that the hospitals would have to do in addition to filing a report that is required by this bill. Members, hospitals have to make very difficult decisions when trying to keep an entire facility open. Some of those decisions means that they might have to close or downgrade a service. To add an additional time would exacerbate the financial conditions of hospitals and thereby threatening the entire facility. For these reasons, we are opposed to the bill.
Thank you very much. Other witnesses in opposition?
Catherine Austin Scott, we represent the United Hospital Association. We echo those concerns voiced by the California Hospital Association, especially those related to employee retention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other witnesses in opposition? Seeing none, DOF, do you have a file?
No file.
I have a motion made by Mr. Amiano. It's been seconded by Mr. Torlakson. This measure passes on a B roll call. Let's
Thank
go
you very
to
much,
SB
Mr. Chair.
400.
Last bill, SB 400. This bill passed out of Policy Committee GO with a unanimous support, both sides of the aisle.
Move the bill.
SB 400 stops the sale of electronic.
Senator Corbett, for the record, the motion has been made by Mr. Solorio. It's been seconded by Mr. Amiano. Witnesses in support?
Mr. Chair and members, Teresa Stark with the California Medical Association in strong support.
Thank you, Thank you very much. Any other witnesses in support? Seeing none, witnesses in opposition? Also seeing none, DOF, do you have a file?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have costs of $50,000 to $250,000 a year to BOE.
Okay. Ms. Corbett, I will say I want to congratulate you on this measure. It's a bipartisan measure. Both Democrats as well as Republicans supportive of your efforts. I have witnessed these kiosks in the malls. They seem rather innocuous, without a doubt, but it does continue the dangerous pattern and culture of cigarettes, of smoking, obviously, especially among the youth. So thank you very much. This measure passes on a roll call.
Thank you so very much, members. It's always a pleasure. See you later.
Mr. Sandre Swanson.
All right, move to interim.
You know, Mr. Sandra Swanson, that was a stunning endorsement from Mr. Calderon.
Yeah, thank you
Of
very much.
Assembly Concurrent Resolution number 77. This is a measure that is a candidate for suspense.
Yeah.
I will ask for brevity from your witnesses with regards to AB 32 and CARP. You may proceed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're doing a great job today, Mr. Chairman. The first point I'd like to make in reference to this item being presented to suspense is that the funds that would be used by the ARB in funding this effort are funds that are probably going to be expended anyway. And so it's not accurate to suggest that, that this measure is causing these monies to be spent. This measure is addressing the scope of work that we believe that the Air Resources Board has to perform, and that is because although we support the mission of AB 32, it is important for us to make sure that we are very clear about the jobs impact on California, particularly during this time. That's a very serious question. We think that ACR 77 is quite appropriate if we're going to be able to develop win-win scenarios as we move forward to be on the cutting edge of protecting our environment, but also developing green industry. So with that, I would ask my witnesses to self-introduce.
Mr. Chairman, members, Scott Wetcher on behalf of the IBW, California State Pipe Trades Council, sheet metal workers and utility workers. As stated by the author, the LAO and the UC Berkeley Labor Center both have looked at the economic analysis prepared by the ARB and found it to be seriously inconsistent and lacking in calling for this type of review. On the fiscal question, we take some We question the analysis and the cost of $3 million for a number of reasons. First off, they're already doing an economic analysis, and we are merely asking them to look at these particular issues as part of that analysis. So the funding's already set aside. Number two, they already have statutory fee collecting authority to pay for all of the scoping plan, so it's already covered by existing. Even though the fee is behind schedule, they do have fee setting authority to pay for this. And lastly, this is a resolution which actually is not binding upon them. We're hoping it just gives them some direction. For those reasons, we would hope that the bill would pass out off of suspense. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members, Cesar Diaz on behalf of the State Building and Construction Trades Council, for the reasons already stated, and also to illustrate, there's a lot of emphasis on the construction industry right now. ARA funding, our AB 32, Renewable Portfolio Standard. We want to make sure that we analyze and completely know what's exactly expected of these businesses, but also what the outcome will be on the workforce. And we ask for your support of this legislation or this resolution. Thank you.
Mr. Chair and members, Caitlin Vega for the California Labor Federation, also here in support.
Matthew Hargrove with the California Business Properties Association, here in strong support, and would like to thank the author.
Okay, thank you. Anyone wish to testify in opposition? Seeing none? Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Swanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it very much, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah, that was good.
Thank you very much, Ms. Conway. Senator Walk.
Really?
Senator Walk, you have 4 measures before us today. 2 are suspense and 2 are canceled for consent. I'm making the assumption you're going to be presenting for Mr. Steinberg.
That's the reason I'm here, yeah.
If you
Do I get
would
any
bear
extra
with me
points
for
for
one
waiving?
quick
Do I get any extra points for waiving presentation?
We have a weighted formula system.
After having sat through all day and
We
appropriations
have a
on
weighted
Monday.
formula system, Ms. Walk.
Yeah, I like that formula.
We
I'm
have
here for Senator Steinberg.
2 measures before us with regards to Mr. Steinberg. One is a due pass recommendation. One is a candidate for suspense. We'll start with SB 575, which I believe deals with SB 375, which was codified sometime last year. So please
All right.
proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, Senator Steinberg, of course, regrets that he can't be here. He asked me to present this bill for him. It addresses cleanup issues in 2 key bills from last year.
Motion has been made by Mr. Amiano. It's been seconded by Mr. Solorio. Witnesses in support? Mr. Price.
Pete Price, California League of Conservation Voters, one of the sponsors of 375. It is a cleanup bill. We urge your support.
Thank you very much. Other witnesses in support? Seeing none. Witnesses in opposition? Also seeing none. DOF, do you have a file?
No cost, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Ms. Wolk, this measure passes on a B-roll call. Very fine job. I'm sure Mr. Steinberg is watching right now. That's why he selected you to present
And
these bills.
He also waives presentation on the other bill you see.
Thank you so very much. Thank you.
So what about her?
We have our esteemed budget chair from the Senate, Ms. Duchesne. Good morning, Ms. Duchesne. You have 7 measures before us today. 2 are due pass recommendation, 4 are canceled for suspense, and 1 is on consent.
Right?
Yes. Would you like to start with?
I'll do whatever order you want in.
SB
a couple of the
606.
suspense candidates I want to present on. So
Okay. How about SB 606?
606 is the consent item, I believe, right?
Well, that's why I said 606.
Oh, they pulled it off consent. Sorry, I had understood
That's
that one
okay,
was on
no
consent. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members. This bill follows on some work that both I and Assemblymember Della Torre did in the past couple of years. We diverted fines and penalties from levied on HMOs to the Steve Thompson Physician Loan Repayment Program to allow that program to have some sustainable funding sources. In addition, Senator Della Torre's bill changed what had previously been a voluntary contribution from doctors to a $25 mandatory fee. In the course of all of that,
Move approval.
the one thing that
Ms.
didn't occur is
Duchesne, for the record,
osteopathic
We have
positions.
a motion that has been
So,
made
that's fine, just-
by Mr. Torlakson, has been
just to
seconded by
say-
Mr. Solorio. Do we have any witnesses in support?
Let me just the one sentence, Mr. Chairman, that what the bill does is includes the osteopathic positions in the mandatory fee, so that they could take advantage of the bill
Okay,
as
thank you for that clarification. As much needed. Please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members, Tom Riley with the Osteopathic Physicians and Surgeons of California. I'll be brief. We vetted this thoroughly within our association, took it to the board, took it to the members. We represent nearly all osteopathic physicians in the state, and they support the $25 additional fee. Urge your support for this bill.
Already made.
Mr. Chair and members, Teresa Stark with the California Medical Association. We are a co-sponsor of this bill and strong support. It has received strong bipartisan support throughout the process, and we urge your support today.
Okay, any other witnesses in support? Seeing none, any witnesses in opposition? Also seeing none, do you have a file?
Yes, we estimate this would generate $66,000 in revenue.
Okay, we have a motion that's been made by Mr. Torlakson, has been seconded by Mr. Solorio. This measure passes on an A roll call. Let's go to SB 608.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This bill would create greater oversight and reporting of the use of our housing bond funds. This is in line with an LAO suggestion from the 0708 budget analysis.
Second.
Ask for your aye vote.
We have a motion that's been made by Mr. Duvall. It's been seconded by Mr. Torlakson. Any witnesses in support? Seeing none. Any witnesses in opposition? Also seeing none. Do you have a file?
Yes, minor and absorbable costs.
Okay, this measure also passes on an A roll call.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, if I could just go in order, there are three of the suspense candidates that I just wanted to make some brief comments on. 334.
Okay. Time her. Go right ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. SB 334 follows on some work that I've had done previously, as well as former Assemblymember Mullen. Last year, we have been trying for some years now to get the State Allocation Board and others to recognize that special education facilities deserve the same treatment as other education facilities in the state. It has been an ongoing problem. Many of us believe they did have the authority. However, their legal counsel at Finance and OPSC have insisted that they don't have the authority to do this. We have gone around and around for a couple of years. We're trying to clarify it in statute. It had been previously done by then Assemblymember Mazzoni back when on an earlier bonds in the 90s. We thought that held. People argued that the 2002 bond did not have that ability for them to provide equitable treatment to special ed facilities in the way that they allocate bond money. We have taken out, the governor vetoed the bill from Assemblyman Mullen that did get to his desk last year on the basis, at the time at least stated basis, that it was retroactive. We have taken out the retroactivity provisions that were in that bill. And now, knowing that it's candidate suspense, though, but would ask for your support.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Shaney. I'm going to ask your witnesses in support to be extremely brief.
Ana Ferreira, County School Facilities Consortium. We are the sponsors of the bill, and we're appreciative of the committee's change in the analysis that basically does say now that that the SAB has told us that they do not have statutory ability to do this. So
State Allocation Board.
The State Allocation Board, exactly.
Okay.
So we appreciate that, and we need the bill to clarify.
Okay, thank you very much. Next witness.
Pamela Gibbs for the Los Angeles County Office of Education, in strong support.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbs.
Ernie Silva with the Association of California Construction Managers, also in support.
Patty Herrera with the Coalition for Adequate School Housing. We thank Senator Cheney for persevering on this bill. We think it's a basic equity question, so we strongly support the bill.
Thank you much.
Terry Burns on behalf of SANDABS, the San Bernardino Districts for Better Schools, in strong support.
Thank you very much. It is indeed an issue of equity. As a former member of the State Allocation Board, I understand completely what you're attempting to do with 334. Would you like to go to 365?
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members, again, on the State Allocation Board. This is our attempt, and any assistance or thoughts that committee has while it's on suspense would be certainly entertained. We have been going around and around, and consistent with a little Hoover Commission report from a couple of years ago, everybody understands now that the State Allocation Board and the Office of Public School Construction has become such a difficult maze that even the little Hoover Commission couldn't figure out, how to design the org chart. There's too much back and forth. Some of you who've served on the State Allocation Board, Senator Torlakson, or Assemblyman Torlakson, Mr. De Leon, and others, know that there is this contradiction. And what we're trying to do here is say, here's a policy board, and here's a staff that works them. We do quarrel, if you will, with the numbers. DGS has argued that somehow this would cost more. We can't imagine why that would be. There is already in their budget money to GGS to pay for oversight, even though OPSC is a wholly owned subsidiary, if you will, of DGS to begin with. They already pay for the oversight services. We've asked for their budget. We're trying to look at all of that information and appreciate any assistance the committee can provide as it looks at that information too. We understand the differences with the administration, read the makeup of the board. That's been sort of back and forth, whether it should be legislators and how many legislators. But we do think it should have the kinds of persons appointed to it by the governor that are what we've identified: architects, engineers, people that understand construction, not just random folks. And beyond that, we think there is still some reason to have legislators on that body, but that we could bring the OPSC underneath it, streamline, and make it hopefully a easier process and less expensive process for school districts as we spend those scarce facility bond dollars, should there be any more in the future. So any assistance people can give us in thinking about how to make this a good process.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cheney. I am familiar with the Little Hoover Commission's recommendations with regards to how it relates to the SAB. Mr. Diaz, are you here for this issue?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Assessor Diaz on behalf of the State Building Trades Council. I'm also an implementation committee member, which is a policy committee that debates policy before the State Allocation Board hears it. We fully support this measure and ask for your support.
Okay, great, fantastic. We shall continue this dialogue. Let's go to SB 410, dealing with ARA, economic recovery dollars.
Thank you very much. My last bill, members, is SB 410. And this would add provisions to California statute to increase the number of Californians who have access to training, increasing the collaboration of our workforce training dollars that are federal dollars with the community colleges in particular. The bill does clearly state, this is an issue that's come up before, that one-stop centers would provide comprehensive support services if sufficient funding is available. Workforce Investment Act funds members have been up and down. We did receive extra stimulus dollars from them this year. We are hopeful that sooner or later Congressman Miller will get this bill finally reauthorized. It's been several years that we've been waiting for reauthorization. But in the meantime, we want to maximize the use of these federal dollars to actually train people and get the workforce moving again in the ways that local districts require.
Okay, next witness.
Good morning, Chair and members. Jennifer Mitchell with the California Workforce Association, representing the 49 workforce investment boards and hundreds of career centers throughout the state that have received Recovery Act funding, as well as also received the Workforce Investment Act funding for the activities outlined in this bill. We believe that the intent to increase training is consistent with congressional and administration intent, and we strongly support this bill and urge your support.
Okay, next one is
Terry Burns on behalf of the California Association of Regional Occupational Centers and Programs. Senator Cheney mentioned the partnerships with community colleges, regional occupational centers and programs also have partnerships with the WIBs and would very much benefit from having these training dollars funneled into our high school programs.
Thank you very much. Next witness.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Bonnie Slauson representing the Community College League, which represents 72 community college districts and 2.8 million students throughout the state of California. And we are in support of this measure. We believe that it leads to a strategic effort on workforce development and brings parties together to integrate training services in a comprehensive way. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you much, Ms.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Chair,
appreciate your consideration on
Absolutely.
on suspense.
Could we have the chair of GO, Senator Wright? Senator Wright, I believe when I came here, you were one of the first individuals in this room, so I apologize to you. It's 11:10 p.m., so I thank you for your patience. Mr. Wright,
quite all right.
you have 7 measures before us today. 1 is a due pass recommendation, 2 are candidates for suspense, and 4 are on the consent file.
Right.
Which ones
We
would you like to
certainly
start
don't
with?
want to mess up those on consent. Yeah, we'll take those out. Thank you very much.
Would you like to start with SB 190?
And in fact, yeah, that's a good one to start with, Mr. Chair. It's interesting. California, as you know, is one of the leading producers of pomegranate juice, certainly in the country and in most places among the world. What we're looking to do here is to create a playing field where we put regulation into how you make juice. It doesn't create a mandate, Mr. Chair. It does request that the Department of Health Services look at it and give us a method of securing what the juice ought to be.
We have a motion made by Mr. Torlak, and it's been seconded by Mr. John Pettis. Would you like to have your witnesses in support? Mr. George Miller.
Mr. Chairman, members, George Miller on behalf of Palm Wonderful, one of the companies within the Paramount Roll family of companies, has really created the marketplace for pomegranate juice and has spent considerable amount of money in developing the marketplace as well as the science behind a lot of the health benefits. And really what we want is just for when the consumer sees on the bottle that it says it's pure pomegranate juice or 100% pomegranate juice, so what is in fact in the bottle is 100% pomegranate juice. It's really nothing more difficult than that, and we respectfully request your aye vote.
Let me ask you a question real quick, Mr. Miller. So regardless of what the bottle says, if you're buying a certain product, it is 100% pomegranate juice. And so you can educate me as well as the other members. The concentrate or the syrup, if you will, is purchased where? Outside of California?
The concentrate, pomegranates are grown all over the world. And
they're originally from the Middle East, no? Iraq?
Right. Turkey, Iran, they're all over. China, California. They're grown for commercial purposes all around the world. What we're trying to do is, regardless of where the pomegranates are from, and concentrate is pomegranate juice. What it is it doesn't make sense for people to ship all that water. Water is weight, so they make it into concentrate. When they get it to their destination, they reconstitute it. There's nothing wrong with that per se. What this does is attempts to make sure that when the pomegranate juice is put in the bottle and sold as 100% pomegranate juice, it is in fact 100%. It's not grape juice with a little bit of pomegranate juice or what have you. What we've seen very common in the marketplace is pomegranate flavoring, small amounts of pomegranate juice, large amounts of grape juice, high fructose corn syrup, water, things that aren't, but in fact the product is labeled as 100% pomegranate juice. So it's simply just trying to be truthful in what is in the bottle.
Okay, absolutely. It's truth in advertisement, without a doubt.
And again, it's not a mandate. What it does is it creates a study going forward that Health Department will look at and then make recommendations. So we're not mandating at this point. And we may be back with a subsequent bill to look at some stronger regulations.
You know, Senator Wright, I think all consumers would appreciate once they purchase a product that they know that that product is indeed what they're paying for and what's being advertised is real and 100%. So, any witnesses? Any other witnesses in support? Seeing none. Any witnesses in opposition? Please proceed.
Bill Grigg, representing the California League of Food Processors. The issue that we have is funding. The source of funding for this bill is the Food Safety Fund. Those are dedicated industry fees that are generated for registration and licensing purposes. Programs such as the Bottled Water Program, food processor registration, and food safety education surcharge. Let's see, the juice and seafood HACCP programs. There's a variety of programs. Those are all dedicated industry fees to run their specific program, and that's the source of funding for this measure. What we would suggest is if the industry wants to go forward with this, that's fine. just pay for the regulatory process. That would be a simple solution.
Okay. Do we have any other witnesses in opposition? DOF, do you have a file?
No file.
Okay. We have a motion that's been made by Mr. Torlakson and it has been seconded by Mr. John Bettis. This measure passes on a B roll call.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go to
161, Mr. Chair. Is that?
Got a do pass?
That is a suspense candidate. Would you like to make commentary? Please.
I'll just do a little presentation on 161.
Please,
the other will waive presentation.
Let's go ahead.
This bill becomes important, Mr. Chair, because cancer, as some of you know, I am myself a cancer survivor, and the progression of cancer treatment is largely going to be oral. And if we don't bring the insurance plans in line with where the cancer treatment is going, what happens now is that the consumer is stuck with a bill because many plans don't pay for the oral treatment. So what this attempts to do is to make that modification. We did take an amendment so that it does not apply at this time to state plans, but we hope that they too will come in to the modern world.
Move the bill.
Therefore, there is no state cost at this time, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Go ahead.
Phyllis Marshall with the law firm of Manette, Phelps & Phillips on behalf of Carrie's Touch, an African-American breast cancer support and advocacy group. I'm also here as a cancer survivor in support of Senate Bill 161. One of the things I would like to point out is in the analysis, although there is information with respect to CHPERP's analysis of the impact of this bill on the private markets, and I believe that's somewhere around 19 million. When CHPERP does their analysis for fiscal impact, they don't take into account the offset. We did submit a letter because there is information that certainly substantiates the fact that there is a cost savings that is associated with the administration of PO medications. You don't have the in-house hospital costs, the doctor's costs, but unfortunately, when those cost analyses are completed for this committee, that offsetting information is not made available. We did provide some of that information in our letter of support for this committee. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I say something?
Go right ahead, Mr.
I know
Davis.
that this is a suspense item, but as we talk about the climate of universal health care, and I know that we have to work later, but I think this issue of cancer, both personally and otherwise, that each of us would behoove to certainly work in the direction of supporting such a very, very important health care initiative. And I think that there are a plethora of cancer cases in our own families that makes this a very important issue, and I want to verbally say that even though it's on suspense.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. Next witness.
My name is Alice Schneid. Thank you. My name is Alice Schneid. I'm the vice chair of the Susan G. Komen California Collaborative, and we are in support of this bill. I am a 10-year breast cancer survivor. I also want to remind you that a similar bill was also passed in Hawaii, Arkansas, and Iowa. It is very important that this bill passes to have an equity. I ended up in the ER because of my IV, and that cost to rehydrate me because I couldn't tolerate the IV chemo was very difficult, and that was very expensive. So I just want to let you know that I'm a result of this. If this bill were to pass, it would have helped me.
Well, we're glad you're here with us today. Next witness.
Jim Knox with American Cancer Society. We are co-sponsor of the bill. This is an important bill for cancer patients that recognizes advances in medical research and technology. We strongly urge your support.
Thank you very much. Mr. Governor.
Andrew Governor, Governmental Advocates, on behalf of Bay Bio, in strong support. Thank you.
Okay. Any other witnesses in support?
Colleen Chavla on behalf of Celgene Corporation in support.
Okay. Any other witnesses? Seeing none. Witnesses in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Nick Luizos with the California Association of Health Plans, and I'll be brief. We do oppose the bill I would just mention there is extensive coverage for these medications already in the market. Our main problem with the bill is that it interferes and micromanages the type of strategies that are in place to manage the cost of these very expensive drugs. We also fear that this bill will interfere with our review of the efficacy and relative safety of medications that are on our formularies relative to other types of treatments. The bill does increase premiums for our enrollees, and we are opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jason Gappart with the Association of California Life and Health Insurance Companies. We're also in oppositions for the reasons stated before.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wright would like to close.
And I appreciate the opposition. Again, the bill doesn't say what path of treatment that the doctor selects. It simply says that if the doctor selects an oral treatment, that be covered in the same way they would cover IV treatment. And this was brought about, Mr. Chair, because oftentimes people are ending up selecting the IV treatment because it would be covered and the other treatment would not. Again, the path of cancer treatments today, Mr. Chair, is going more and more to oral medications because you do minimize the risk in the hospital stays. And that cost is disproportionately borne by the patients under the current regime. So we're simply saying that if the patient is offered a treatment protocol that says oral medication, that shouldn't be the deciding factor of cost as to whether or not the patient chooses that. There are a number of complications associated with intravenous IV. This would eliminate many of those, and for some patients, it's the better way to go. And frankly, for some patients, the IV treatment would be the better way to go. That should be a decision made between the doctor and the patient, and not because of the out-of-pocket cost to the patient.
Well,
Mr. Wright, I want to thank you very much for your testimony, and I want to thank you very much for authoring this measure. As you know, when the analysis comes back from CHBR, when it is a mandate, it's an automatic candidate for suspense. It's an issue that we will continue to speak about. I was not aware, also, too, that you're a survivor of cancer. I know that's something that's very personal.
Prostate cancer, 1998.
And I congratulate you for being here with us today and doing so well. I have a family member, my mother, who I lost to ovarian cancer, and usually in ovarian cancer, because we have no good diagnostic tools to screen women. Usually when women know that they have ovarian cancer, it's unfortunate it's in stage 3 or stage 4, and by that time it already is metastasized to other parts of the body, and it makes it very difficult. So thank you for your time and patience with us today, and I think we will continue to have our conversations between now and next week.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wright, thank you very much.
I think he's got a...
Did you have a question? Just Mr. Calderon, please.
Just a comment, unless there's any more opposition that's going to testify. I've been hearing accusations against the president's health care plan that his plan would put have government ration health care, but I guess I'm curious about whether or not health care isn't being rationing here when there's opposition to a measure that would expand the choices as opposed to keep things the way they are.
Right. No, you raise a good point. And the bill doesn't specify that one treatment is selected over another, because in some instances, the IV treatment might be the better way to go. But the doctor should make that decision, and it shouldn't be based on whether or not the plan would pay for one and it wouldn't pay for the other. And currently what happens, Mr. Calderon, to your point, is that a lot of times the lesser effective treatment is done because of the way the reimbursement process takes place on the health plan. This simply is an attempt to balance those two. Mr. Chair, on the other bill, we'll waive presentation. I appreciate the further work that we'll need to do relative to 381, and I appreciate the opportunity to work
based per our conversation that we had personally this morning.
Right. Thank you.
Have a good day, Mr. Wright. Thank you. Assembly Member Leland Yee. I apologize. I heard that. Senator, the venerable senator from the county of San Francisco.
No, Mr. Chair, I know you want me to go up there and vote. I'll help you out on that.
Mr. Yee, good morning.
586.
Welcome. You
Can I
have
do
4
that?
bills before us today. One is due pass, 2 are due pass as amended.
All of them?
Recommendation, and 1 is a suspense. What would you like? What is your pleasure?
Why don't we do 586 on Cow Palace, all right?
Okay.
Members, first off, let me just thank your staff for shepherding this issue along.
Move the bill.
I appreciate that. This is just to You know, I cannot go against
Mr.
Senator
Yee,
Calderon. So
you
with that,
have a
then I vote.
bipartisan manner. You've always comported yourself in a bipartisan fashion in both chambers.
Thank you.
You have a motion that's been made by Mr. Duval. I heard a second, I believe, if I'm correct, by Mr. John Perez. Do we have witnesses in support? Mr. Amiano.
And this is going to make money for the state.
Okay. Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman and members, Bill Duplessis on behalf of the City of Daly City in support.
Any other witnesses in support? Seeing none. Witnesses in opposition? Go ahead.
Oh, Louis.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Louis Brown on behalf of the Western Affairs Association, and notwithstanding the bipartisan support and excitement for this bill, we do express some reservations and opposition to the fact that there is a process that's in place or is moving along with the Cow Palace and a request for proposal with a developer, and we're concerned that this could create some issues with that. We've been working with this good senator, and it pains me to come up and oppose him, but for those reasons, we must do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. Any other witnesses in
If
opposition?
I can respond to, I think,
Would you like to?
the good attorney's comments. We recognize his concern, and we have a commitment to him that we will hold this issue until that process is exhausted, or if the governor tells us otherwise.
There you go. An ironclad commitment. DOF, do you have a file?
No file, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we have a motion that's been made by Mr. Duval. It's been seconded by Mr. Amiano. This measure passes with the authors clarifying amendments on an A roll call. Let's go on to the next measure.
Thank you. This is 535
Okay.
HOV Lanes, Mr. Chair and members.
We have a motion that's been made by Mr. Miller. It's been seconded by Mr. Amiano. We have witnesses in support. Mr. Price.
Just to advance the technology.
Do you have witnesses in support, Mr. Yee?
Mr. Chairman, members, Mark Watts on behalf of General Motors Corporation urge your support for this measure. Thank you.
Okay.
Pete Price, California Natural Gas Vehicle Coalition in support.
Okay. DOF, do you have a file?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have basically offsetting costs and revenues to this bill.
Okay, seeing no other questions from the members, we have a motion made by Mr. Miller. It's been seconded by Mr. Amiano. This measure also passes on an A roll call. No? You want to do Republican? Okay, let's retrack on that. Let's rewind. Let's go for a Republican roll call.
Conway?
Aye.
Conway, aye. Duval? Duval.
Thank you, bro.
Duval.
Duval.
It was Duval, not Hall.
That's my brother from another
That's pretty funny.
Harkey? Harkey, aye. Miller? Miller, aye. Strickland? Strickland, aye.
I'll change your mind from yesterday.
This measure passes. Let's go to SB 218.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members. Let me first thank for the bipartisan support on this particular issue.
And I apologize, but they're staffers yesterday.
We have a motion that's been made by Mr. Duval. It's been seconded by Mr. Amiano. Witnesses in support.
No, I'm going to go on it.
Mr. Chair.
Hit the button.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Jim Ewart with the California Newspaper Publishers Association, one of the co-sponsors. There's no fiscal impact on this bill. And just to clarify, we are adding a provision to the Public Records Act that will protect anonymous donors. That is not intent language. We urge your aye vote.
Next witness.
Lillian Tays, President of the California Faculty Association, co-sponsor of this bill, and we ask for your support.
Very good. Next witness in support.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. Michael Bolden, representing the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, sponsors of the bill. We'd like to thank Senator Yee for authoring this bill for us. We firmly believe that the University of California is a public agency, even though it derives its authority, much of its authority, from the Constitution, and it should not be held to any less of a standard than any other public agency, and we ask for your support of the bill. Thank you.
Very good. Other witnesses in support, I would ask you that you give me your name, where you come from, and voice your support or opposition. Please go right ahead.
Ruben Santos, Executive Board Member with ASME Local 3299, in support of this bill. We feel like the university needs to be held accountable, just like any other organization, and we strongly stand behind this bill as a local. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Vega.
Mr. Chair and members, Caitlin Vega for the California Labor Federation, also here in support.
Thank you very much. Next witness.
Christopher Lyons for UC Davis Med Center, also in support of this.
Thank you very much. Next.
Daniel Garcia, UC Davis Campus, in support of this bill.
Thank you very much. Any other witnesses in support? Seeing none. Witnesses in opposition?
Good morning. Happy Chastain with the University of California. We are opposed to this bill. We do feel that there are general fund costs. Currently, public records requests are coordinated through the Office of the President, which is funded by state funds, and we see significant costs with the bill because there's a considerable expansion with the public records requests.
Mr. Chairman and members, Karen Zamarip with the California State University. We continue to oppose this bill and urge your consideration on its fiscal impact and our ability to raise private donations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next witness.
Mr. Chair and members, my name is Marlene Garcia with the California Community College Chancellor's Office. We have not taken a position on the bill, but we understand there's consideration underway to add the state community college, the Foundation for the Community College of California. If that's the case, we would be concerned. This would create significant cost burdens at a time when our state foundation is in its infancy in attempting to raise funds to meet the OSHER gift of matching funds of $75 million that goes specifically for community college scholarships. And because our foundation is relatively new in this fundraising endeavor, this would divert critical resources that would otherwise go towards meeting our goal for this matching fund by the end of 2012. So we urge you to consider that as you consider a possible amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have a file?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We have general fund costs to UC of $600,000 and $7.5 million in donations and other costs to UC. And then we have $1 million general fund cost to CSU plus about $5.6 million in other costs and losses.
Okay, we have a question from Mr. Calderon.
Right. I mean, I think the number may be larger our state college and university foundations could lose a lot of money simply by people who don't want the public scrutiny, in which case that cost will have to be made up by the state or the education suffers. So, I mean, I'm wondering if the costs aren't even more significant by turning this otherwise private foundation into a public agency.
Please go ahead, Mr. Yee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carl Rome, for that particular point. You know, I can answer it in a couple ways. I think number one, we do not, I do not, and my supporters, proponents of this bill, do not want to diminish anything for both the UC and the CSU in terms of their donation. I think that Senator Walters recognized that particular concern, and we did, in fact, take an amendment that would, in fact, allow the protection of the identity of all those donors, except where there's a potential pay-to-play kind of a scenario set up. I think that's number one. I think number two is that the public has a right to know as to what's going on in their public institution. What has been going on is that these public institutions have been moving some of their obligations into this auxiliary program for the particular purpose of hiding from the public. Now, the community college individuals talked about, well, they have some concern. In San Francisco, we have a chancellor who's been indicted for basically using public dollars for campaign purposes. And when we ask that foundation, can we see what's going on, they say, no, you don't have to. You can't get that information because we're a private entity. That's what's going on, at least in my city, and I will dare say in other situations. We have the CSU basically coming in here and saying that, well, we don't need this. Well, on the one hand, they testify in court that, in fact, we don't have to comply. And then yet they say that, well, we're for open government. So you can't have it both ways. And so this is a public institution We are doing the public's work, the people's work, and we ought to then allow the people access to that information. That's all we're saying.
Well, and what I'm saying is that when that has an impact of reducing the amount of operating funds, for instance, for the University of California, when they come to you, are you going to vote to give them more funds? When the employees come and say, we're going to lose our jobs, give more funds so we don't lose our jobs, then
I'm all for that.
What are we going to do? And that's what I think is at risk here. I mean, I understand it's, transparency makes sense, but this is a private foundation, and they do raise money, and I think that anonymity is really important in that regard.
They raise money for a public purpose. They don't raise money for their own private entities, and they're doing it for the betterment of our institution. And so to that extent, we ought to know what's going on. I mean, the argument that's been made by UC that, well, we are diminishing the amount of dollars that we're giving to UC, so why do we need to somehow be accountable? Well, this is not a private university. This is not your private sort of a country club. This is a public institution. And so long as it is a public institution, we give you the right to represent the people to do whatever you want. And to that extent, then, your responsibility to at least let us know what's going on. And that's what this bill does.
Well, okay, so what does this bill say about whether or not, I mean, what if the University of California were to come in and say, you know what, you're making us go private anyway, so we're going to go private. Will this provision still apply?
No, there is no way that UC can go private. This is a public institution. CSU cannot be. This is a resource and an asset of the public. You cannot go and say
our professional schools are becoming private institutions. Take a look at what it costs to go to law school now compared with a private institution.
We're going to switch over to Mr. John Pettis with a question.
Actually, the author addressed my issue. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mike Davis.
Transparency, I guess, was mentioned. And the goal, obviously, of the foundations is to be able to amass funding that will supplement the needs of the university that they can't get from public funds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are there other higher institutions of learning in California that are public that are utilizing this process? Are there, for example, the community college system? Do they currently have foundations? Or they do? They do? And is there transparency in their foundations? Or there is? And so this would put the CSU and the UC on par with the current practices of the community college system. Would it preclude, if we have some transparency, would it preclude the foundations from giving out these private loans to members who sit on the boards of directors? It would?
Most likely.
I see. Are the bylaws in the foundations, do they make provisions for members of the board of directors to get private and personal loans from the foundation?
That I don't know, but there are guidelines that they follow with respect to personal loans that those foundations provide, yes.
I realize that in a business situation, you want to reward those who are raising money in an organization, so that I might create an opportunity for someone to use a luxury box. Within the bylaws of these foundations, is there anything in the bylaws that you know of that precludes them from sharing information as to who has access to privileges like the luxury box or something of that nature?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So there's nothing that precludes them from sharing this information?
No.
So I guess what we're saying here is that we want to establish some rules and some guidelines that can be seen by all, that will allow us to amass money to supplement some of the needs that universities have. And in doing so, we don't believe that this will prevent in any way the foundations from thriving. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that we have a community college system that has such a foundation that has not had any problems.
That is correct. And if I can just add, we're adding an exemption to the Public Records Act to specifically protect the identities of any donor that wants to give to any of these types of foundations in an anonymous fashion. so long as they receive nothing in return that's in a quid pro quo arrangement that's more than nominal value, then their anonymity is protected, their anonymity is protected forever.
Okay, thank you. Thank you much, Mr. Davis. Seeing no other questions from members, we do have a motion as well as a second. I will say that this measure passed out of Policy Committee, both Higher Education an 8-0 vote, also Government Organization GO on an 18-0 vote. This measure passes on an A roll call with Mr. Chuck Calderon being non-voting. Let me rephrase that back. While we're going to do a motion as well as a second. We have a motion that's been made by Mr. Torlakson as well as a second by Mr. John Pettis. This measure passes as amended with Mr. Chuck Calderon off the bill. Okay?
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you
Chair.
much, Mr. Ye. Yes. No?
This is the one you want to give me a vote on for me to get up.
I just gave you a vote on 217 or 218.
No, I thought you wanted to invite me to come up to the dais and vote as an assembly member.
What is your pleasure, Mr. Ye, right now?
Let me do 217.
Okay,
Final
we'll do
bill.
217. This candidate for suspense. We'll have your witnesses. You can support as well as opposition. Please start your testimony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members. This is an important bill for the integrity and for the future of our CSU and the UC system. As you all know, we are experiencing some tremendous economic problems. I think Mr. Calderon referenced the fact that more and more public dollars coming from the state legislature, it's just not happening anymore. And so as a result, what we're finding is that the UC and CSU are taking a particular track in terms of trying to balance this budget. The way in which it's doing is that it's furloughing individuals. It's laying off individuals. It's cutting back hours and so on. And what this bill will do is to say that in these tough economic times, one of the other ways that you can, in fact, balance your budget is that let's not then give top executives these extraordinary raises. You know, I don't know if you've been following the papers and so on, but UC administration, the regents and the president continues to give top administrators, double-digit raises in a time when you look at other parts of state government where we're laying off people, we're furloughing individuals, we're curtailing this activity, that activity, and then yet with regard to these top administrators, we're giving them double-digit raises. And then unfortunately at the lower rung of the sort of personnel scale, you find that the service workers are taking hits to the point where they now have to get on to public programs in order to allow them to survive. So all we're saying in this particular bill is to argue that one ought not to be giving these extraordinary raises to top administrators during these tough economic times. With that, urge an aye vote.
Okay, we want to go to the witnesses in support.
My name is Daniel Garcia. I'm a worker at UC Davis campus. I understand that in these troubled times, workers and UC share the burden, but it's not fair that workers make far less money than the executives in a time when the UC is asking students to pay more, workers to put less food on our table while executives are enriching themselves. And this is shameful. Your inactions hurt our families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next witness.
Mr. Chairman,
Push button. There you go.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Ali Cooper. I'm the Director of Government Affairs and Political Affairs for the University of California Employees. And we view this, obviously, this is a huge issue for us. At a time when Californians are going through and are continue to go through a fiscal crisis here. Many of our working families in our union and throughout California are forced between putting less food on their tables and no food on their tables, while insofar as we can see, UC executives and top bureaucrats at the UC are essentially flush in cash, and they're continuing to enrich themselves with excessive, lavish pay increases and perks. The bottom line here is that the excessive rating of our public treasury has got to end. And it's really incumbent upon members on this committee and the chair to move because inaction, the cause of inaction, greatly harms not just the UC as an institution, but many of our working families. This is poor behavior by the UC, its administrators, its leaders, and we expect action from this committee to end this poor behavior. Thank you.
Well, I don't know if you can get the action today, Mr. Cooper, but thank you for your testimony. Next witness.
Ruben Santos, Executive Board Member with ASME Local 3299, in support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hawkins.
Chair De Leon, members, David Bala Hawkins, California Faculty Association, in support.
Thank you very much. Next witness, it's Ms. Vega. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I did not see you. Please go ahead.
My name is Christopher Lyons. I'm from the UCD Med Center, and I'm in support of this bill also.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair and members, Caitlin Vega for the California Labor Federation, here in support not only on behalf of our members who work for the UC, but on behalf of our members who pay taxes and expect that the funds that go to the UC not go toward executive pay at a time when students are asked to pay more and workers are asked to take pay cuts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next witness.
And Mr. Chair and members, Michael Bolden with the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. Just like to echo the comments previously made in support of the bill.
Thank you very much. Witnesses in opposition. Seeing none. See one.
Mr. Chair and members, Karen French representing the University of California. We remain in opposition to this bill. We believe that an inflexible cap on the salaries of hires of all future senior managers will perhaps have the unintended consequence of increasing costs to the university, as noted in your analysis, and will preclude the consideration of a more nuanced approach to dealing with the budget reductions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Yee, would like to make any closing comments?
Just to close by saying that, with all due respect to the UC representative, it's rather interesting that there are basic opposition and argument is that if we do this, that's going to then create a problem with recruitment. This does not affect new hires. These are existing individuals, administrators within the UC system. And then if you carry their logic to, carry the argument to their logical conclusion, then we ought not to be doing anything to the current group of individuals who are working within the UC. Well, within the UC system, they're furloughing individuals. They're reducing their salary. So doesn't that provide a chilling effect? So if it somehow is not good in terms of the impact that our bill will have, then it's not good in terms of the impact that their policy is having. So there's a lot of inconsistency. The point is that the rich becomes richer in UC, the poor becomes poor in UC, and we cannot have that. With that, Virgin and I vote later on.
Thank you, Mr. Yu. We'll continue our conversation. Have a good day. Senator Huff. Senator Huff, you have three measures before us today. One is a due pass recommendation, one is a candidate for suspense, and one is consent. Would you like to start with SB 136?
I will. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is the only one I'll present. Leave the others alone. Existing law requires all state agencies to annually review their property.
Mr. Huff, just like to hold one quick second. I just want to put on the record that we do have a motion that's been made by Mr. Mike Duval, a second by Mr. Joe Cotto. You may proceed.
Very good. Anyway, this is the annual Department of General Services surplus property cleanup bill. I ask for your aye vote.
Witnesses in support.
Chair members, Melanie Perrin with the Department of General Services. I have Ron Small with me. We are the sponsors of the bill, and we respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Next witness. Go ahead, sir.
Just ask for your aye vote.
Okay, thank you very much. DOF, do you have a file?
No file.
Okay. Any witnesses in opposition? Also seeing none, we do have a motion made by Mr. Mike Duval. It's been seconded by Mr. Joe Cotto. This measure passes. Senator Huff on an A roll call.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm waiving presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huff. Have a very good day. Senator Dutton. Senator Dutton, you have one measure before this committee, which is a candidate for suspense, SB 261. You want to get something off your chest? Let's do it right now.
Actually, I just want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee for allowing me to present a bill that I know is going to suspend. It is something that's critical to what's going on in California today, and out of respect to the hard work of the sponsors of the bill and in my office, I appreciate this opportunity. This bill is sponsored by the Santa Ana Watershed Project Authority and supported by a number of groups, including the Association of California Water Agencies, Western Growers, the Farm Bureau, and many commercial users, seeks to address the governor's goal to reduce water use by 20% in a flexible manner that promotes efficiency water use in addition to simple conservation. As many know, another bill of the same subject was put into the Water Conference Committee. This bill, however, is going to suspend despite the strong support for the bill. I simply ask that you note that the wide range of support for the bill and consider the supporters' position when determining what kind of water conservation policy the legislature should ultimately adopt. In which that I appreciate an opportunity for the sponsors to present their points of the bill, please.
Absolutely, Senator Dunn.
Thank you.
Witnesses in support, please.
Celeste Cantu, Santa Ana Watershed Project Authority, in support.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm Ron Davis with the Association of California Water Agencies, a wise investment for wise use of our most important natural resource. Urge your aye vote at the appropriate time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davies.
Karen Yelverton Zamaripa, representing the California State University. We're in support and urge your consideration of the role that we can play in helping the state meet its goals with water use and efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you. Next witness in support.
Yes, Pilar Oñate Quintana with KP Public Affairs here on behalf of Western Municipal Water District and Mojave Water Agency.
Thank you very much, Ms. Oñate Quintana. Next support.
Mr. Chairman, members, Dave Puglia, Western Growers Association, in support.
Thank you.
Danny Merkley, California Farm Bureau, in support.
Valerie Nero for the California Chamber of Commerce in support.
Mike Rogie with California Manufacturers and Technology Association, in support.
Patrick Leathers, Gualco Group, on behalf of the Agricultural Council and Wine Grape Growers, in support.
Tony Francois for the Western States Petroleum Association, in support of the bill. Thank you.
Bill Gregg, representing the California League of Food Processors, in support.
Crystal Jack on behalf of Friant Water Users Authority, California Citrus Mutual, California Grape and Tree Fruit League, and California Cotton Growers and Ginners Associations, in support.
I think you're only allowed to do one at a time. Mark Smith on behalf of the American Council of Engineering Companies of California. The long and short of it is we support the bill too. Thank you.
Matthew Harger with the California Business Properties Association, in strong support of the measure.
Any other witnesses in opposition? Seeing none, DOF, do you have a file?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have an estimate of a couple $100,000 to do the work.
A couple $100 million?
$1,000.
Mr. Dunn, we'd like to close.
No, I just, like I said earlier, I want to appreciate the opportunity for the presentation, and we stand ready to continue to work to coming up with a policy that'll benefit California not only now but also for future generations. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Thank you very much. Senator Carol Liu. Ms. Liu, you have 4 measures before us today. 3 are candidates for suspense, and 1 is on consent.
Thank you very much. I just would like to present on SB 118, and we'll leave the others to your discretion. Members, I ask for your support of SB 118. This is a simple and much-needed bipartisan bill with no opposition. This bill ensures that child welfare workers collect information about incarcerated parents in an existing and consistent data entry field in the child welfare database. This will not require additional expenditures as parental information is already collected. Experience in San Francisco County demonstrates that there is no increase in caseworker workload for new entries. Child welfare departments will be using existing data entry fields to include information about parental incarceration. There are no changes to the state's child welfare database and no associated costs as a result of this bill. For over a decade, researchers have released studies recommending that the legislature implement this simple and much-needed policy in order to learn more about children with incarcerated parents, a population at high risk for future incarceration. Dependency court judges require this information for family reunification plans. I worked closely with the Department of Social Services, the Child Welfare Directors Association, and the Senate Appropriations Committee in order to remove the costs from this bill. We recognize the significance and simplicity of this bill, and we ask that you move it forward.
Witnesses in support.
Mr. Chair and members, my name is Charlene Simmons. I recently completed a case study of adoption case files in San Francisco. One of the purposes was to study the impact of parental incarceration on termination of parental rights. This proved to be nearly impossible because the information has not been uniformly collected. In commenting on the research, the Deputy Director in charge of the San Francisco Division of Children and Families said, or actually wrote to me, "I think our biggest issue has been an inability to identify with any credibility the number of children with incarcerated parents." As a result, San Francisco caseworkers are now including information about parental incarceration in an existing field within the child welfare database. This was done at no additional cost to the county. Under the Speaker's bill last session, AB 2070, dependency court judges have to take parental incarceration into consideration when they're putting together reunification plans. This bill requires no additional requirements. SB 1...
Thank you very much. We're going to hold it right there. I'm going to allow the other witnesses to say a few words. I would ask for brevity. We have a list of maybe 6 senators still who have to present. I understand that there is a Senate caucus at 12 o'clock, so I'd like to move this as quickly as possible to accommodate the senators who are waiting. So next witness, if you could be so kind enough, I do apologize. There's certain circumstances beyond our control, but please go ahead.
Thank you. Lillian Clark on behalf of National Association of Social Workers, in strong support of the bill.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Kathy Sunderling with the County Welfare Directors Association, also in support.
Thank you very much. You don't want to say anything? No, Steph. Oh, Steph, I apologize. Thank you, Senator Lowe.
Thank you very much.
And please, we will continue to have this dialogue between now and next week.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Lowenthal. Senator Lowenthal, I thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
I know you've been here for quite a while. You have 6 bills before us today. One is a due pass recommendation. Another is a due pass recommendation as amended. 2 are cast for suspense, and 2 are on the consent file. Would you like to start with SB 41?
And I'm also, I believe, presenting
You're presenting for
Senator Weiland and also Senator Steinberg, joint authors, on SB 788.
We took care of that one through Senator Wolk earlier today.
Oh.
I'm referring to the Steinberg bill.
Pardon?
You want to start with Weiland, or you want to start with
let me
yours?
start with SB 41, if I may.
Okay, go
which
ahead.
is firearms. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. SB 41 makes changes to California. Thank you. Existing handgun registration.
The motion has been made by Mr. Tom Amiano. It's been seconded by Mr. Torlakson. Witnesses in support. I see none. Witnesses in opposition. I also see none. Do you have a file?
Chairman, a little too fast on the gun.
Okay, go ahead. You guys got to move quicker next time. Go ahead.
Dan Paredes, Gun Owners of California, in opposition to this bill. We think it's just unnecessary and burdensome, additionally burdensome on small business, requiring another step that people have to go through in order to legally purchase their guns. They're already complying by all of the laws. And it's amazing to me that the expense of this to the state of California, which in the past has been listed as pretty significant, has miraculously vaporized. We think that there's a little bit of a problem with figuring out what the cost of this bill is. Thank you.
Kathy Lynch, representing the California Association of Firearms Retailers, the National Shooting Sports Foundation, 3 sportsmen's groups, Safari Club International, Outdoor Sportsmen's Coalition, and California Sportsmen's Lobby, all in strong opposition to this bill. The author likes to present that this is just a benign bill, just expands to another form. Right now, it takes over an hour to process a firearms transaction. It's like a real estate transaction. This is duplicative. This is exactly what this legislature doesn't need to be doing right now. There's a federal Form 4473 that is completed at the beginning of the background check and at the conclusion of the background check. This is nothing more than the Department of Justice wanting to increase and expand their database, which is a computer upgrade, which does cost money, and it's a precursor to long gun registration. So let's not mistake what's really behind this bill. Thank you.
Okay. DOF, do you have a file?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we're neutral on this bill, but we have costs of $323,000 in the current year and $431,000 ongoing.
Let me make sure. Is there any other witnesses in opposition that have come? No other witnesses in opposition? Would you like to make a close, Mr. Lowenthal?
Yeah, I think that the fiscal effect was reported to be minor all along. That's what we've been told all along, that there are minor fiscal costs and that finance is neutral, and that this is just a good consumer protection bill, provides that the signature of the person purchasing the gun and they get a copy of the gross record. This is really to protect people who purchase guns, and they will have access to this data, and the records that were presented before the federal, you do not have access to that record. So this is really good.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lowenthal. You do have a motion by Mr. Amiano and a second by Mr. Torlakson. This measure passes on a B roll call. Go ahead, Ms. Harkey.
With the costs reported, this isn't a suspense item?
We don't agree with the Department of Finance's assessment, Ms. Harkey. Thank you much, Mr. Lowenthal.
Thank you
very much. Let's go on to the next bill, SB 120.
SB 120, foreclosures, tenant protection.
This is a due pass amendment with authors clarifying amendments.
Right. This is just a this really will protect tenants who
We
are
have a
caught
motion
in
that's been
foreclosure.
made by Mr. Amiano. It's been seconded by Mr. John Pettis. You have witnesses in support.
Christine Minahan, Western Center on Law and Poverty. We're the sponsors of the bill. We urge an aye vote.
Thank you very much. Witnesses in support.
Nicole Wortelman on behalf of the City and County of San Francisco. More than 65% of our population is made up of renters, and this bill will help them.
Thank you very much. Other witnesses in support? Witnesses in opposition? Seeing none, we have a motion made by Mr. Amiano. It has been seconded by Mr. John Pettis. Let me just go back real quick. DOF, do you have a file?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have no costs for this bill.
Okay, I will take your opening statement, Mr. Lowenthal, as your closing statement. This measure passes on a B roll call. Would you like to go to
SB 193, which you mentioned is on suspense? I'd like to waive presentation on SB 193. I believe SB 296, mental health, is also a consent item, as is SB 450, the Housing Trust Fund, that's on consent. And so the next one is SB 546, which is used oil, and that's a suspense candidate, and I would like to just present on that briefly.
You can make a presentation on that. Please do so.
Just that SB 546, members, does several things relating to the collection and reuse of used oil. The goal is to encourage the best and safest reuse of used oil in California, to reduce toxic pollution resulting from some uses of used oil, and to make sure that California businesses who already observe existing California regulations are not placed at an economic disadvantage to out-of-state recycling facilities. The bill increases incentives for recycling oil, reduces the number of used oil collectors that can apply for incentives. It increases testing requirements for used oil transporters. And it's estimated that the net fiscal impact of this bill will be to bring more revenue in than is required to be expended, and I have witnesses in support.
Please proceed. Push that button right there. You go.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Peter Weiner on behalf of Domino Cardoon. We strongly support the bill. Domino Cardoon is the largest used oil recycler in the state. This bill provides more funds rather than costs to local governments to help collect used oil and ensure that it is not illegally disposed. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Terry McGann representing World Oil. We urge an aye vote on this measure. We think it's great for the California economy and certainly will help improve the environment. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members, Deborah Matos on behalf of Evergreen Oil. We are a co-sponsor on this bill. We are one of two re-refineries in the United States. We're located in Newark, California, and we're in strong support of this bill.
Denise Duncan, representing the California Independent Oil Marketers Association, in support.
Okay, other witnesses in support? Seeing none. Witnesses in opposition? Natural resources? I voted for it, right?
Friendly opposition, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members, Jeff Sickinger with KP Public Affairs on behalf of the Western States Petroleum Association. We currently have an oppose unless amended position on the bill. I would like to thank Senator Lowenthal, his staff, the sponsors of the bill who have been very proactive in working with us to address our concerns. We are very, very close on the amendments. We're ironing out a few minor details now. We expect to be removing our opposition shortly.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lowenthal, this is a measure that I support in Policy Committee, Natural Resources. As you know, it's a candidate for suspense. Between now and next week, I will work with you and the sponsors and co-sponsors of this measure. Please feel free to continue to work with our office as we try to find a consensus on this measure.
I appreciate that. We are working very closely. As you see, we've almost removed all the opposition from the not all, almost all.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Lowenthal. And I believe you have one more that you're
one more, and this is
Mr.
for
Watman.
SB 788, which is licensed professional clinical counselors. I'm presenting this for Senators Weiland and Steinberg.
So to clarify perhaps a little of the confusion, it is Senator Weiland / Steinberg.
Right, Weiland /
individual
Steinberg.
measures. Okay, please proceed.
It's a bipartisan bill. This bill would license professional counselors in California, which 49 other states already recognize and do, so we're just becoming consistent with the others. SB 788 addresses critical mental health workforce shortages. The bill is self-supported by the licensure. Fees and oversight will be carried out by the existing Board of Behavioral Sciences. No state dollars are required to fund the implementation of this bill, and in fact, California will be able to draw down more federal funds supporting licensed professional clinical counselors with veterans because of now being able to draw down funds regarding veterans and community clinics. This bill is supported by a coalition of 9 statewide counseling organizations, supported by the California Psychiatric Association, American Counseling Association, Department of the Navy, California Primary Care Assistance, Red Cross, many others. I would like to point out that the California Psychological Association and the American Association of Marriage and Family Therapists have removed their opposition, and I have witnesses here in support. Ms. Patty Nunez and Ms. Rita Downs.
Okay, since this is a measure that's a candidate for suspense, I would ask for brevity. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair, members, my name is Patty Nunez from Corona, California. I'm the immediate past chair of the Commission on Rehab Counselor Certification. We support this bill. Increasingly, 2 really quick points I just want to make. Increasingly, federal funding sources require services from a licensed counselor. There was recently a contract from the Department of Veterans Affairs that was providing services nationally to veterans who were injured in Iraq, Afghanistan, and other countries. This required, among other things, that the counselor be licensed in the state where they live. Unfortunately, we didn't qualify here in California because of that requirement and lack of licensure, and we are leaving federal money on the table for underserved who have served our country so well. Secondly, as a board member of the Coalition for Counselor Licensure for sponsors of this bill, it has been a 5-year effort on our part for this bill, and I'm pleased to say through recent negotiations, all opposition has been removed with the exception of AFSCME Local 2620. They were invited to the table but chose instead to oppose the bill and not work with us. We do understand, however, that the rehabilitation counselors who are members of that union were polled and support SB 788, so the opposed position is not one fully endorsed by their members. And in closing, I am here today just as a professional counselor, but also as a voice for persons with disability in California. They deserve to have access to qualified, licensed professional clinical counselors who have expertise and training in disability, rehabilitation, and counseling. Thank you.
Thank you. Next witness.
Thank you for your time. My name is Rita Downs. I am the director of a small rural mental health, behavioral health clinic in California County.
And I am also representing the California Mental Health Counselors Association, which is a member of the CCCL, the Coalition of Counselor Licensure Organizations. This bill, 788, will address chronic workforce shortages in mental health, particularly public mental health in rural areas, and it will assist us in implementing the policies of the Mental Health Services Act. It will help with cost savings with persons who are being inappropriately seen at emergency rooms and placed in jails who have mental illnesses. It will definitely increase our drawdown of federal dollars to match Medi-Cal costs for services, and the cost of licensing will be happily borne by the licensees themselves. I think this is a win-win bill for California, and I'm very happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next witness.
Mr. Chairman and members, Tim Shannon representing the California Association of Marriage and Family Therapists. We urge you to move this bill forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shannon.
Dean Porter, president of the California Coalition for Counselor Licensure, the sponsor of this bill. I urge your support.
Thank you very much. Next supporter.
Randall Friedman on behalf of the U.S. Navy. We echo what's been said about the shortage of mental health services for military. I would add we've estimated that just the unmet military demand for services would bring an additional $16 million a year into California. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next witness in support.
Lillian Clark on behalf of the National Association of Social Workers in strong support of the bill, and we urge your aye vote.
Thank you very much. Witnesses in opposition.
Can I say just for the opposition?
We have a question from
I
Mr.
just have to
Calderon.
make a statement for all those in support. You're quite welcome for all the hard work that I put into this bill that helped make it a reality.
I think due respect and acknowledgement and recognition is due to Senator Calderon. Not Ron Calderon, that is, but Mr. Chuck Calderon.
Yes.
So, the opposition, please proceed.
Brian Warren on behalf of the Department of Consumer Affairs. We've had meetings with the author's office, and we're kind of agreeing to disagree at this point, so we remain opposed for policy reasons.
Mr. Chairman and members, Carl London on behalf of AFSCME Local 2620, State Employee Bargaining Unit number 19. We've got approximately 5,000 employees, the predominance of which work in the Department of Corrections. We also tried to work with the author's office. In the end, we've gotten a tough time getting over the fact that the bill, as we see it, is really not that necessary. We have a completely different licensing scheme from many of the states, as evidenced by the fact that we've got 8 current mental health counseling classifications for licensure in the state. We don't think the bill is necessary in creating it. We also don't like the fact that it proposes a $1.2 million loan of existing licensing fees that many of our members have already paid in that would be used to get this up and running. Bad policy during a bad economic time. Urge your opposition.
Thank you very much. Next witness in opposition? None? Okay. Mr. Lowenthal, thank you.
Thank you very much.
You have a good day, okay?
You too.
Thank you very much. If the sergeants could be so kind enough to call Mr. Padilla, Mr. Anderson, Ms. Alquist, Mr. Samidian, and Mr. Flores. We have Mr. Calderon here with us. And we have Ms. Oropesa on the list, but we have Mr. Calderon before. Now, if you'd like to give Ms. Oropesa your place in line.
This will be quick.
Mr. Calderon, you have 5 measures before us today.
Chivalry is not dead.
2 are due pass, 1 is suspend, and 2 is consent. We'd like to start with SB 94, Mr. Calderon.
Yes, I would. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Move the bill.
We have a motion made by Mr. Solorio, second by Mr. Almiano. You may begin your presentation.
Okay, I will try and make this brief. SB 94 will crack down on the growing problem of loan modification consultants charging borrowers upfront fees and then failing to take any action to help those borrowers. And under SB 94, no one will be allowed to charge a borrower an upfront fee for any loan modification services or foreclosure avoidance assistance. Anyone who wishes to charge a fee for services after providing them will be required to provide borrowers with a notice telling the borrowers that similar services are available free of charge. 94 Under 94, no money changes hands until the fee for service loan modification consultant does everything he or she promises the borrower they'll do. Those who violate the bill are subject to fines and imprisonment. SB 74 is supported by several consumer groups and housing counseling agencies.
Is SB 94 or 74?
94,
94,
sorry.
okay.
San Francisco and Los Angeles District Attorneys, cities of Oakland and Los Angeles, the State Bar and the California Association of Mortgage Brokers, as well as AARP and AFSCME. I ask for your aye vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. Calderon. Ms. Vega.
Mr. Chair and members, Caitlin Vega for the California Labor Federation. We are increasingly hearing from our members about loan modification scams, and we think this bill affords them an important protection. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next witness.
Mary Melman for AARP, representing 3.4 million members in support.
Thank you. Next measure.
Sylvia Solis Shaw on behalf of the City of Los Angeles in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next witness. Seeing none, any witnesses in opposition? Also seeing none, do you have to have a file?
Yes, we have minor and absorbable costs for state departments.
Okay, we have a motion that has been made by Mr. Solorio, has been seconded by Mr. Amiano. Let's call a Republican roll call.
Conway? No. Conway, no. Duvall? Harkey? Aye. Harkey, aye. Miller? No. Miller, no. Strickland?
Okay, Mr. Calderon, this measure passes. Let's move on to, actually, this measure passes with Mr. Chuck Calderon as a no vote. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't paid him the rent yet.
Let's go to SB 396.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, members and Brother Chuck. As noted in the analysis,
Second.
We have a motion that's been made by Mr. Duvall. It's been seconded by Mr. Solorio. You can proceed.
bill has no general fund costs, only minor special fund fees, supported costs. It has received unanimous support to date, and it requires the Commissioner of Department of Insurance to report the pass rate of first-time applicants for specified agent licensees. The collection and reporting of this data should provide the Department of Insurance with the tools necessary to ensure that no bias exists with respect to the insurance agent's license cost tests. Would ask for your aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Calderon. Witnesses in support.
John Ross on behalf of Citigroup and their subsidiary Primerica Life Insurance Company in support.
Next witness.
Ted Angelo on behalf of the Association of California Life and Health Insurance Companies in support.
Alrighty. Any other witnesses in support? Seeing none. Witnesses in opposition? Also seeing none. DOF, do you have a file?
Yes, we have minor and absorbable costs.
Okay. We have a motion made by Mr. Duvall. It's been second. Mr. Solorio. This measure passes on an A roll call with Ms. Diane Harkey as a no vote. We're going to refrain. We're going to remove that no vote to a not voting or abstention. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Hold on. Thank you very much.
You're on.
Senator Padilla. Chivalry is alive and well, no doubt. Yeah. That is very kind of you, Senator Padilla. There. Senator Oropesa, welcome. You have six measures.
May I say it has been a joy and a pleasure to sit and enjoy watching the financial brain trust of the Assembly at work.
You're very kind and very generous.
Truly.
You have six measures before us today. Two is due pass, two is suspense, and two is consent.
Yes.
Would you like to start with SB 23?
I will waive presentation on the suspense items.
Okay, so then you have two measures. That would be SB 23 as well as SB 45. What is your pleasure?
Those are not my items.
Oh, I apologize. I'm looking at Senator Padilla.
Mine are
there goes that
SB
brain
4
trust.
and 415.
Okay. Let's see. Senator Jenny Oropesa, 4 bills, 2 do pass, 1 suspense, 1 consent. Would you like to start with SB 4 or would you like to start with SB 415?
Actually, if I have the option, I will start with 4. With
okay.
4.
Please proceed.
Okay.
You can proceed. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members. It is great to be before you once again. As you know, California has been a leader when it comes to smoking regulations and smoking reform.
Second.
We have a motion, Ms. Oropesa, made by Mr. Amiano. It's been seconded by
Thank
Mr.
you.
Solorio. You can continue, or we can move on to your witnesses.
I will just go to my witness.
Okay. Witnesses in support.
Paul Neprath, representing the American Lung Association of California. We're in strong support.
Jamie Morgan on behalf of the American Heart Association in strong support.
Teresa Stark, California Medical Association in support.
You don't have to move. Use your mic.
And Sylvia Solis on behalf of City of Los Angeles Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa in support.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other witnesses in support? Seeing none, witnesses in opposition? Seeing no witnesses in opposition present today, DOF, do you have a file?
Yes, we have minor and absorbable costs for this.
Okay, thank you much. Finance, we have a measure before us with a motion by Mr. Amiano, a second by Mr. Solorio. This measure passes on a B roll call.
Thank you very much, members.
Let's go to SB 415, dealing with ABC.
Yes, sir. And very quickly, what this bill does is provide additional time for local elected officials to weigh in on requesting comments to the ABC on the placement of a liquor license within a certain community. We know that across the state there are communities that have an overconcentration of alcohol licenses or liquor stores or bars. And thank you very much. And this bill would give government, local government, a little more time to have that community voice.
Thank you, Ms. Oropesa. Witnesses in support.
Nicole Wertelman on behalf of the Alameda County Board of Supervisors. The City of Oakland, as you probably know, has a high concentration of liquor stores, and this bill would help them with that problem.
Mr. Chair, members, David Jones on behalf of the California Redevelopment Association. This is a very significant problem with problem liquor stores. This gives us additional time and additional tool to have a voice in whether these things are cited. Thank you. We'd ask for an aye vote.
Thank you very much. Very good.
Okay. Any witnesses in opposition? Seeing none, DOF, do you have a file?
No file.
Any questions from the members? No questions from the members. We have a motion made by Mr. Amiano. Do we have a second? Do we need a second on this motion? Second. We have a second by Mr. Torlakson. This measure passes on a B roll call with two members off. That would be Mr. Hall as well as Ms. Skinner.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you, members.
Okay.
Have a good day.
Yes.
Yourself.
Thank you so very much. Senator Padilla. There he is. Now, Senator Padilla, let me get this right. 6 measures before us, 2 do pass, 2 are suspense candidates, and 2 are consent. Would you like to start with SB 23?
That is correct. So I'll waive presentation on the suspense candidates. SB 23, members of the committee, is the bill I introduced directly in response to significant wildfires that took place in my district last year, but are no
Move the bill.
Uncommon incidents in other parts of the state.
Mr. Padilla, we have a motion made by Mr. Solorio, and it's been seconded by Mr. Jerry Hill. You have witnesses in support?
Yeah, let me just briefly summarize.
Go right ahead.
What the bill would call for is mandatory emergency preparedness plans in all mobile home parks, which are uniquely impacted when it comes to wildfire situations, including the required posting and notification of the plan to residents and referral to other resources. Witnesses in support, let them introduce themselves.
Okay, go ahead.
Sylvia Solis on behalf of the City of Los Angeles in support of this public safety measure. Thank you.
Next witness in support?
Mary Melman, AARP, in support.
Okay. Any witnesses in opposition? Seeing none, DOF, do you have a file?
Yes, we have minor and absorbable costs for this.
Okay. We have a motion that's been made by Mr. Solorio. It has been seconded by Mr. Jerry Hill. This will take your summary as your closing, Mr. Padilla. This measure passes on an A roll call. Let's go to, with one abstention, that'd be Mr. Duvall. Let's go to SB 45.
Thank you. SB 45 would just seek to bring accountability to the billions of dollars that the state of California invests in infrastructure projects each and every year. Specifically, SB 45 would permanently ban a contractor who willfully or intentionally violated public works labor laws.
Second.
A second time.
We have a motion. It's been made by Mr. Amiano. It's been seconded by Mr. John Pettis. Would you like to continue? Would you like to go to witnesses and support?
And would also bring state law in conformance with federal law. I ask your aye vote.
Okay, very good. Witness and support, Mr. Diaz.
Mr. Chair, members, Cesar Diaz on behalf of the State Building and Construction Trades Council. Prevailing wage violations are frequently and occur all too often within the public works sector. What we're trying to do with this legislation is ensure that the bad actors don't continually come back either as subcontractors or after the 3-year debarment and continue to violate the law and prevent good-paying, good contractors to employ the non-union and union workers and actually abide by the law by paying prevailing wage. So we urge your aye vote on this particular measure.
Thank you much, Mr. Diaz. Ms. Vega.
Mr. Chair and members, Caitlin Vega for the California Labor Federation, also here in support. We believe this bill not only protects workers, but protects taxpayer funds and public works projects. Thank you.
Thank you much. Mr. Guzman.
Mr. Chairman and members, Shane Gussman on behalf of the California Teamsters Public Affairs Council in support.
Okay. Any other witnesses in support? Seeing none. Any witnesses in opposition? Also seeing none, we have a motion that's been made by Mr. Amiano. It's been seconded. Mr. John Pettis, DOF, do you have a file?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have potential minor savings in terms of general fund revenues that might occur if contractors are prevented from paying below prevailing wage. There is also a possibility that there would be increased costs to the Division of Labor Standards and Enforcement if contractors file litigation against state findings that they're paying less than prevailing wage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schladel. We have a motion again by Mr. Almino, a second by Mr. John Pettis. This motion passes on a B roll call.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Padilla. Have a good day. Mr. Anderson, Joel Anderson. And we'll be next with you, Ms. Alquist. Mr. Anderson, you have one measure before us today. It is a candidate for suspense. That is AB 1506. I'm going to ask for brevity from both you and your witness. I'm assuming you're a witness in support.
Well, yeah, we have a few witnesses.
Okay, fine.
They're all working their way up here.
Okay, Mr. Anderson, you may proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, committee members. IOUs have been having a devastating economic consequence on people, their ability to do business, and provide services to the state. I introduced AB 1506 as an urgency measure to mitigate that damage. The bill simply forces the state of California to accept its own IOU. Many of these businesses have received hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of IOUs, and at the very same time are expected to pay taxes and fees to the state of California. This is egregious. It's very difficult on these businesses, and I want to just give you a quick example of one of the companies in my district, Noah's Homes. It's a 70-bed facility that provides for cerebral palsy patients and Down syndrome clients. Many of these clients cannot provide for themselves, have no ability to provide for themselves, and yet they receive $287,000 in IOUs. At the very same time, they're expected to pay $125,000 in taxes and fees while they're stretched out as lean as they can, continuing to provide these services. One of the concerns that I have is if they shut this facility down, they will have to deliver many of their patients to local emergency rooms because they have no way to provide for these people. This bill also provides for economic advantage to the state. Every IOU that we accept back means that we won't have to pay interest on that IOU. And if we were to start with the IOUs that we've given out already, had this bill been in place, we would have saved the state of California over $18 million. There are over 327,000 recipients of IOUs. Almost $2 billion in IOUs have been issued as of last week. With me today, I have a couple of witnesses that I'd like to introduce. First, I'd like to have Jonathan Geweiler from COS Technologies.
Please go ahead.
Thank you for having me here today. I represent COS Technologies. I am the owner. We are a disabled veteran business. I started a year and a half ago after being retired from the Army, after being hurt in Iraq. We've only been in business for a year and a half with our state as our primary customer. This year we received an IOU that represents 50% of our net sales as last year, and we are required to pay things like corporate tax, sales tax, recycling fees, DMV fees, the whole gamut of fees that we have to pay. It's not only stunting our growth, but making us go backwards. We are requiring to lay off employees. We are having to shuffle things around, not hiring new employees because of this. And I just urge you guys to think about this. This is not affecting just the small group up here, but businesses all over California.
Next, I'd like to have Sonia Peterson from Folsom Technology Group.
Thank you. I'm Sonia Peterson. My company's been in business for about 16 years. 12 of those years we've done business with the state. We understand the fiscal crisis, and we understand the burden has to be shared across the board. We all have a part in trying to get through this mess. We understand the state doesn't get revenues. You can't pay us. If you have no money, you can't pay us. We understand that. But to require my company to pay taxes and fees and obligations that are due to the state when the state has in fact broken its obligation to me to pay is frankly a little insulting as a business owner. I now have to go in and pay $75,000 worth of sales tax on products that I've sold to the state, but you haven't yet paid me for them. So where am I going to find this 75 grand floating around in my bank account somewhere? Nowhere. Nowhere. Please allow us to use these vouchers. Please allow us to give the debt you give to us back to you as payment. That's all we're asking. It doesn't hurt anyone. It's a great thing to do. And honestly, I don't understand why anyone would even be opposed to it. It harms no one. It helps us. It harms no one. How often does that happen?
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to go to two more witnesses, and then we'll go to...
very
hold
brief.
up, Mr. Anderson. Just hold on one little second.
Dr.
We'll
Gloria
do
Freeman.
you, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hold up just a second. We're going to go to two more witnesses. I know you make your introductions, and then we have a question from Mr. Chuck Calderon, so please proceed.
Okay. Dr. Gloria Freeman, she's the president of Staff USA.
My name is Dr. Gloria Freeman, president of Staff USA, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I think it's important whether you care about my business or not, or any of the other vendors in the state is irrelevant. We need to send a message not just to California, but to Tokyo TV, who's been in my office, to Canadian TV, to everyone in the world who's called interested in the IOUs, that the state of California believes enough in the state that they're going to take the IOUs for their own things that we want to use them for in the state, such as taxes, DMV. If the state itself doesn't accept them, we're sending the wrong message to the entire world who's affected by our economy here in the state. And so I provide critical medical services. Whether I'm able to cash them or not, irrelevant. What's really important is that we send the correct message that the state has confidence in its own IOUs and its own budgetary crisis, that they are going to redeem these at a future date. And by accepting them for taxes, franchise taxes, and corporate taxes and other fees, we're sending the correct message to the world that we're still solvent and that we're going to pay our debts. Thank you.
I have one last, Dave Ackerman.
You want to introduce him, Mr. Anderson?
He says he needs no introduction.
You need to know Mr. Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dave Ackerman, representing the Associated General Contractors. Under current state law, whether we get paid or not, we're required to pay our subs and material suppliers on public works construction contracts. We can't use the state IOUs to pay those subs and material suppliers, at least in this case with the support of this legislation. We could use these to pay our tax obligations to the state. We urge your support.
Thank you. We have a question from, we have another witness in support? Yes, go ahead.
Erin Gilbert for the County of San Diego, also in support.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a question commentary from Mr. Calderon.
Well,
first let me acknowledge that I had agreed to co-author this thing on the floor on Monday. But I'm having second thoughts about it, and so I have some questions related to those
Absolutely.
second thoughts. I think there's a mischaracterization of what is going on here. Not a sinister mischaracterization, but I think a misunderstanding is a better word. And it goes down to this: if I owe the bank money and I can't pay them, then I have to pay them interest and I pay them a penalty fee. And when I can pay them, then I pay them. And then if they don't like my payment schedule, then they cancel me. In this case, the state is doing the same thing. They're saying, we owe you the money, but we can't pay you. But what we'll do is when we can't pay you, we'll pay you 3% interest. And the reason why we're doing this is because we need the cash flow to operate government, so that if we issue in effect what it's doing, it's a forced borrowing from our contractors. Yes, it's a forced borrowing. I understand. It's not a question of
money from me.
I understand the fairness issue. But it's really, if the purpose of the state going to the IOUs is to maximize its cash flow, then that cash flow is going to be impacted by the fact that there's no one, we're receiving the IOUs back. You understand what I'm saying? The trick, or the answer here isn't so much to do this kind of repair at the fringes. The answer is to not issue the IOUs at all. And we tried to do that. This House tried to do that. This House was responsible and sent a bill over to the Senate to forestall the issuing of IOUs, and doing it with cuts. We submitted substantial cuts. It was a bipartisan bill. Went over the Senate, and the governor and the Senate, well, the governor essentially said to his party members, don't vote for it. And so, that's really the answer. The answer isn't to hold out for irrational or unreasonable reasons on paying and then fix it by doing some kind of quick fix over here. The answer is to not be irrational and unreasonable. The answer is to be caring, and the answer is to be sensitive. But that's not the way it happened. And so, I'm kind of like, I'm now having second thoughts about whether this is a good idea or not. So I just wanted to present those to you.
I think those are excellent points, and I think I can add clarity to this issue. When you're thinking in terms of who has the most stake, probably the person that has is one of the most knowledgeable people in California on this issue. I think we can all agree that State Controller John Chang would be that person. I hold before you a letter from John Chang in support of this bill. If John Chang says that this is good for California in a fiscal crisis, and he's the controller, I would defer to his view and his support.
Is he up for re-election?
Well, he's doing what's in the best interest of Californians.
Mr. Anderson, hold on. Mr. Anderson, we got a question here from Mr. John Paris. Be quick.
But here's over 1,000 letters of support from all walks of life. We've got supervisors, city council members, water districts, school boards. We've got businesses. We've got nonprofits. Everyone across California is suffering under this bill, and this would mitigate some of that. When you think in terms of Sears, and Sears issues you a credit, or any retailer issues you a credit, you have that ability of using that credit in any department of that department store to get a return on the credit. We're doing nothing more than honoring our IOUs by allowing people to do it. And the best part of all is it saves the state of California over $18 million to date. Now, I don't know how much more it's going to save in the future, but I know for a fact over $18 million will be saved in interest. We all have problems with the budget. I get that. This bill solves those problems, and that's why I know you came onto the bill, and I'm hoping you can vote for it today.
Well, but how much in cash flow do we use?
Let's hold a call quick. We're going to do this. I'm going to give Mr. John Pettis. No, we're going to do this. Mr. John Pettis is going to ask a question or make a commentary, and then we're going to close this down. And we're not going to go any further than this right now because this is a candidate for suspense I'm not going to spend more than 5 minutes longer on this measure. We have other senators here who have to be in caucus right now, so we're going to move forward with this.
Will I be able to do a close?
You can close.
Thank you, sir.
Given that it's on suspense, I'll be brief. I understand the frustration of many of my colleagues. I share the frustration. We should never have been in this situation. And quite frankly, I think the members of both parties of this House acted responsibly at a point when we tried to avert getting into a situation where we would have to issue IOUs. Both members, members of both parties of this House acted responsibly. Had others acted as responsibly as we had, we wouldn't be in the situation of issuing the IOUs. The question before us now is how to mitigate the hurt. And I think that this measure is a good piece of mitigating that hurt in allowing people that are receiving the IOUs to apply those back for obligations that they have to the state. I think there are many other things that need to be done to mitigate the hurt as well. But just as I was frustrated with others that thought we should have had an all-or-nothing solution in dealing with a budget crisis, I'm not willing to suggest that you should have an all-or-nothing solution here. So while your approach is focused in a specific area, that's good enough for me. I support it. I think it's the right thing for us to do, but I think we all have to, in both parties, work to figure out other ways to mitigate the hurt for the people who've paid the brunt of the price for irresponsible activities by others in the legislature, and definitely the governor.
Mr. Anderson, you may make your closing statement.
Well, I appreciate your comments. I agree with you fully. Look, this isn't going to solve all the problems, but it's the first step in solving the problems. We put an urgency on this bill because we were hoping it wouldn't go to suspense, because all these businesses, all these Californians, all these people are counting on us to do the right thing. When you're thinking in terms of California's creditworthiness, it won't be Wall Street that judges us or sets it. It'll be Main Street. And what we've done today and what we're doing is we're effectively saying we're such a bad debt, we're such a deadbeat of a state, we won't even accept our own paper. This is outrageous. I would ask the chair to have clemency and not send us off to the back 40 to die slowly, but to have a vote today. And the reason why I ask for this special clemency is the majority of your committee are co-authors on this bill. I ask that you just allow them today to vote it down, up or down, just with the co-authors and nobody else. You know, we have a responsibility to all these companies. We're taking good companies who have sent us quality goods and services. They've provided them in a timely fashion, and the only mistake that they have made is they contracted with a deadbeat state that won't own up to its obligations. And this bill will take those companies who have paid taxes in the past in a timely fashion and give them the ability to pay what they owe the state by simply saying left hand pay right hand. Let's not turn them into tax cheats because they provided goods and services to a state that won't even take its own paper. This is a great committee. You've done a great job. I ask that you reconsider and allow an up or down vote today, because every day we delay this, the deadline of the legislature is stopping. There's an urgency on this. I'd like to get it to the Senate. I'd like the Senate to pass it through. Let's park this on the governor's desk. Let's let the governor man up, take responsibility, and vote for this. We can't do that unless, Mr. Chair, you give me some special clemency that I'm asking for today.
Mr.
I know it's last minute, but I thank you for your time. I thank you for your patience. And most of all, I thank you for the majority of co-authors on this committee.
Thank you much, Mr. Anderson. I don't know if you're asking for early release, or clemency on this issue, but I'm going to give
not early release. Clemency.
I'm going to give the courtesy to our new vice chair, Ms. Conway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In light of what we've heard and what we've seen, and because I don't believe that our cash flow problems should be balanced on the back of businesses and those that are here today testifying, I would like to make a substitute motion that the bill go out to pass.
Second. Want to make a motion?
Okay.
I have a comment, Mr. Chair.
Okay. We will entertain the motion as well as a second, and then we'll go to the question or commentary. Ms. Harkey. Okay.
I just wanted to say, to put the members, both sides of the aisle, at ease, we have issued RANds. We've got bonds out now that can absorb these, and I think that's why the controller has sent the letter that he has. It's not like we're going to have to be out cash flow wise because the bond offering is out. So it's RANds, it's not RAWs, but it probably will be paid off by RAWs, but it's RANds right now. So there is a $10 billion RAN offering out, and I think you can feel comfortable that we're not impacting our cash flow worse by accepting these, because it is a huge imposition on these people.
The controller recognized.
Mr. Anderson, I know you're very passionate about this issue. You
I just
can't
need
help
to let her know that the letter
just add 1 second.
came out July 9th. So it's
Okay,
way before that occurred.
Thank you very much. You're very passionate. I know you've spoken with me on numerous occasions in the hallways, and I suspect that between now and next Wednesday, we will continue these conversations.
I'm going to be camped in your front door.
I want to thank your witnesses who have taken the time to come up to Sacramento to give us the real stories of what you've endured and what you have suffered during this cash crisis and this budget debacle that we're all facing in California, regardless of one's political affiliation or party, or one is not affiliated to any political party. We're all part of the solution. Mr. John Perez, as well as Mr. Calderon, I think were quite eloquent. I have refrained from making any editorial commentary as to how we got into this mess to the point why we need to issue the IOUs in the first place, whereas these fine men and women who have their businesses, both large and small, throughout the state of California, have to suffer because of this issue. We have a motion that's on the floor right now by Ms. Conway. It is second by Mr. Mike Duvall. The motion is to have the vote heard, a vote taken. It is defeated on a zero call. I want to assure you, Mr. Anderson, that between now and next week, I will give you the courtesy to continue this conversation to see if we can come to some sort of solution by next week, Thursday.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Have a good day. Ms. Jenny Oropesa. I'm sorry, Ms. Alquist.
And so the sausage is ground.
Second?
Good luck to you.
Oh, you're welcome. Ms. Alquist, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I have two bills, and I'll be very brief.
You have 3 measures, one do pass, one suspense, and one consent. I believe you're taking one off, which is 227. Would you like to start with SB 303?
Yes.
Okay, please proceed.
SB 303 would codify and strengthen existing regulations that protect a nursing home resident's right to give informed consent.
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion that's been made by Mr. Torlakson, has been seconded by Mr. Solorio. You have your witnesses in support. Would you like to go with them?
Very briefly.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members, my name is Pat McGinnis. I'm here on behalf of California Advocates for Nursing Home Reform, the sponsor of the bill. I just want to applaud Senator Alquist for her leadership on this very important issue. SB 303 will save money and it will save lives, and really all we're asking is what we ask for every citizen in this state, regardless of whether they live in a nursing home, with enough information to be able to make informed choices about drugs that are often toxic and certainly are mind-altering. I urge your support, your aye vote on SB 303. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next
Mr.
support.
Chair and members, Jackie McGrath with the Alzheimer's Association, and I'm here to simply indicate this is an extremely important issue for people living with Alzheimer's and their families. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next witness in support.
Julia Hassel on behalf of AARP, and we strongly support this bill.
Thank you very much. Next witness.
I'm Pete Martineau with the California Alliance for Retired Americans in support of this bill.
Thank you very much. Other witnesses in support? Seeing none. Witnesses in opposition? Please come on up.
Oh, yes.
Please proceed.
Chairman and members, Barbara Glazer on behalf of the California Hospital Association. We are opposed to the bill. Let me be clear, we certainly think that before a patient receives psychotherapeutic drugs that he or she should have always provided informed consent. That's very important. But SB 303 will require an extra step that we think is will cost facilities some money, and we also think it won't really serve a good purpose. It will require the nurse to ask the patient whether he or she has provided informed consent. Sometimes these patients have memory problems or can be confused. What we think is important is the nurse should check the patient's record or chart and see that there's verification of a meeting between a doctor and a patient. But we don't think the nurse should be asking this additional question because we think it could delay the giving of medication in some cases.
Thank you very much. Any other witnesses in opposition? Seeing none. Finance, do you have a file?
Yes, we have costs of about $245,000 spread over 3 years to develop regulations.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Alquist, we have a motion that's been made on your measure, SB 303. It has been made by Mr. Tom Torlakson and has been seconded by Mr. Jose Solorio. This measure passes on a B roll call.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Simidian.
By the way, while the good Senator Alquist is up, if I may, Mr. Chairman, she has a birthday coming up this Friday. She'll be 45 and is looking younger all the time.
Yes, I become a senior citizen, turned 65 Friday.
And she has another wonderful thing in her life. She's engaged. So she has
Thank you.
Oh, happy birthday and congratulations, Ms. Alquist. Congratulations.
I only mention my age because there are a lot of good women out there who need to understand 65 is very young. Now on the next bill. SB 769, swine flu.
Ms. Alquist, that the swine flu H1N1 measure is on suspense. It's a candidate for suspense.
Yes. Did you want me to say anything?
Would you like to comment?
I can say 4 sentences.
Okay.
SB 769 will provide guidelines for the distribution of federal stimulus funds to be used for responses to N1H1. It's important that the state legislature have that authority to do that, and that is what this bill does. Ask for your support.
Okay, thank you very much, and we'll continue to work between now and then. Witness and support. Go ahead.
Bruce Palmer with the Health Officers Association, sponsors of the bill. We're sponsoring this bill to make sure, as you know, the H1N1 swine flu season is upon us. We're sponsoring this bill to ensure that federal money get down to the local level. As you know, we've taken some significant cuts. We've lost over 900 positions statewide that were available there for the previous outbreak this spring. We've identified over $60 million in costs just to provide a vaccine program over the next 6 months. So it's absolutely critical that we ensure that this money get down to the local level because we do the bulk of the work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Alquist, happy birthday and
Thank you very much.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Senator Simidian. Senator Simidian, you have 3 measures before us today. One is a do-pass recommendation, which I believe is a measure that we had before this committee last week. You have 2 candidates for suspense. Is your pleasure to start and end with SB 20?
I think what I'd like to do, Mr. Chairman, is try and make this as quick and easy for the committee as it possibly can be. So I would like to waive a presentation on SB 14 without objection. I would like to waive presentation on SB 486.
Okay.
I would like to solve all the problems of the world with SB 20 by agreeing to take amendments on page 3 and page 6, which delete lines 19 through 21 on page 3 and delete lines 31 through 33 on page 6. That is subparagraph F, and that is those are the provisions that deal with estimated number of persons affected by the breach.
Move the bill.
With that amendment, we have a bunch of folks who've been opposed who will now tell you that they're neutral on the bill, and that will be a good thing all around.
Okay, very much. So, very good. I want to thank you, Mr. Simidian, as well as a handful of the members on this committee for coming to a consensus. We have a motion that's been made by Mr. Solorio. It's been seconded by Mr. John Perez. I'm going to ask for extreme brevity from the witnesses that are in support of this measure. Please proceed, Mr. Goldberg.
Lenny Goldberg, Privacy Rights Clearinghouse, strong support.
Thank you, Mr. Goldberg. Next witness.
Randy Hicks, a person who has been affected by something like this, in strong support as a citizen.
Ignacio Hernandez on behalf of the Consumer Federation of California in support.
And we now have a chorus of folks who are going to sing Kumbaya with me in just a moment after the next witness. So.
Henny Kelly, representing 850,000 members of the California Alliance for Retired Americans, strong support.
Okay, go ahead.
Alex Alanis with the California Bankers Association. I want to thank Senator Simitian for taking those amendments. We greatly appreciate it. We think it's a better product, and I promise to leave him alone on this bill.
Gene Livingston on behalf of State Farm. With the amendments, we have no basis for opposing the bill and have no problem with the bill moving. Thank you.
Valerie Nero for the California Chamber of Commerce. With these amendments, we go neutral and thank the author.
Joanne Betancourt, representing the Securities Industry and Financial Markets Association. We are pleased to remove our opposition and thank the Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simitian. We have a motion that's been made by Mr. Solorio. It has been seconded by Mr. John Pettis. Again, I just want to emphasize, since last week, your hard work and due diligence to come to a consensus with the industry that was opposing your measure. This measure... roll call. This has a motion as well as a second. This measure passes with the Republicans not voting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Have a good day.
Mr. Chairman, I know that Senator Flores is watching down in our caucus and plan to rush up to join you as soon as he saw me step away from the microphone.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Simitian. Mr. Gil Cedillo. Senator Gil Cedillo. Okay, that's fine. Senator Cedillo, welcome. You have three measures before us. One is a do pass as amended, one is a suspense candidate, and one is consent. Would you like to start with SB 126?
Move the bill.
Second.
We have a motion that's been made by Mr. Duvall. We have a second by Mr. Solorio. We still have a speechless senator. Would you like to continue?
I appreciate your leadership, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the tremendous consensus you've developed with the committee, and so I thank you, and I ask for your aye vote.
Okay. Motion has been made by Mr. Duvall, second by Mr. Solorio. Any witnesses in support? Witnesses in opposition? Seeing none, DOF, do you have a file?
Yes, we have no cost for this bill.
A roll call. Motion passes, Senator Cedillo, on an A roll call. We have one measure, SB 143, that is on the consent file. You have one SB 545, which is a candidate for suspense. Would you like to make commentary, or would you like to waive your testimony?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just with consideration of your committee, let me make a few comments that are necessary for
Absolutely.
the record. Only that SB 545 puts an end, and then we have Senator Calderon here with us, puts an end to what he knows has been a long-standing and counterproductive debate in our region, 40 to 50 years of acrimony amongst principally two communities fighting over the completion of this 710 highway. Fortunately, because of technology and opportunity that technology brings us, we can now, in lieu of building a freeway, can build a tunnel. This tunnel can be built at a lesser cost, and without the disruption it's created in these communities, and without the division. And so we are here with you today asking for your support and your consideration. I respect and understand that you have recommended this for suspense, and I respect, obviously, the diligent work of the consultant on this, but I want to add, if I may, just for the moment, why I believe that this would not be a candidate for suspense. First, I want to note that this left our House without moving to suspense, and we have not amended this in any way which would add additional cost. And so obviously different eyes see this differently, but I want to point out to you that what's important about this and why I don't think this is a cost or a cost that should be not taken on is because we can't afford not to do it. After 50 years of acrimony, this is the #1 fetter on economic development in the region. In Southern California, let me repeat that again, this is the #1 fetter of economic development in the region. Now, those aren't my words. Those are the words of the Southern California Association of Governments. These are the studies that have been done and that tell us that the failure for us to complete the 710 route has such an impact on goods movement and on the ability for people to get home that this is the #1 fetter on economic development in the region. 2, as I indicated earlier, tunnel technology has risen to the point that it is more cost efficient than the asserted alternative, which we know in fact is not an alternative because politically we cannot make that a reality. Third, I'd note that we, as you know, and you were part of the negotiations and in the room with myself and the mayor of Los Angeles,